I think it's a load of fucking crap. He's talking about incompetence and shit. He's thanking his fucking students and people he had for short interactions, man. Man, it's just fucking bullshit. Talking about unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. This is bullshit. I don't believe it one bit.
The second, of course, on the golf course in Florida. Why do you think so many people may be trying to kill you?
So I've said it, and I've said it numerous times, and I've actually, because of the position I'm in, I've done.
And then everybody gets a pass except Cash Patel. Why? Because he's Indian? Why the fuck Cash Patel get a pass? Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like he ain't... Bro, chill out, bro. Chill out, bro. Chill out, bro. Chat, y'all gonna get me canceled here tonight. Y'all gonna get me canceled, bro. Chill out.
Done quite a bit of research into the word assassination, terrible word, and they go after consequential presidents. They go after presidents that do things. If you look at what I've done, we've turned this country around. We've taken a country that was actually a dead country. It was dying very rapidly, and it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a skirmish, a war, whatever you want to call it, with Venezuela. We won that.
That's what I'm saying. You saying a lot of people hate Trump, but why the fuck does Cash Patel get spared? That's what I'm wondering. Not about, I know a lot of people don't like Trump. I'm wondering, like, why the fuck this Cole Allen dude had a soft spot for Cash Patel? That's what I want to know, chat. Why the fuck, where did the soft spot for Cash Patel come? Can y'all answer this, chat? Where the fuck did the soft spot for Cash Patel come?
Decisively, and we now have a great relationship with Venezuela. It's been a very profitable relationship, and we're in Iran right now. Other presidents should have done it, but they never chose to do it. They should have. They made a terrible mistake by not doing it. It's tougher now than it would have been 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, because you know, thousands.
You talking about, is he Muslim? Nah, he Christian. He say he Christian. So what he say? He say he Christian, Chad. Everyone hit the like button, Chad. We got to get the likes up, man. We got to hit the next like goal. We're 25 likes away. Double tap that screen. Go to the top. Hit the 3 dots. We go live every single night over here talking politics, current events, and entertainment. Please subscribe to the channel. You said we all hate you now. You all hate who? Nah, I don't care if y'all hate me, C-Bond. I don't care. Hate me, they love me. They hate me, and then they love me again. Isn't that how that shit go, man? They love me. They hate me, then they love me again.
And thousands of missiles and everything else. If we didn't do the B-2 bomber attack, that alone was a big deal. The killing of Soleimani, which I did in my first term, was a big deal. But when you're consequential, when you do things, a lot of things, and things that work out very well for our country, Abraham Lincoln
Thank you, George.
assassinated. McKinley was assassinated. McKinley made the country very rich. People don't realize that. Then Teddy Roosevelt went out and spent the money that was made by McKinley, but he was very
Ryan, you said you don't understand why I say he has a soft spot for Patel, because in the manifesto he named who he was going after. This is what the manifesto said. It says administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. They are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Why is Cash Patel the only one that is excluded? He said his targets are administration officials, not including Mr. Patel. So everybody else is on the chopping block but Cash Patel. And I want to know why. Why? Why the fuck does he get a pass?
consequential, actually, but he was assassinated. So
you mentioned, Mr. President, consequential, and
yeah.
your policies are also controversial. Is that part of it?
Well, I don't think that way. I don't think in terms of what they are. I just think of what they are for the country. For instance,
here goes C-Bond. You guys are a nation of fools. There is no point in talking to you. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Nobody called you over here. You're like the neighbor that comes to the fucking yard and shit. You know. They come to the field. Oh, what are y'all doing over there? You be like, God damn. Nobody asked you to come over here, C-Bun. Get the fuck on, man. We ain't got no barbecue for you, man. We ain't got no bag of chips and shit. You showed up empty-handed anyway. Get the fuck on.
I inherited the worst border we've ever had in the history of our country, where 25 million people came in. 25 million people, at least. And many of them were from hardcore criminals, and they were drug dealers, and they were from prisons. They emptied out prisons into our country. They emptied out.
And then here go Mud Butters talking about C-Bun got a point. Mud Butters, you the same way. You actually worse than C-Bun, Mud Butters, because you always come by. Your ass is always over here. You eat and fucking leave. Talk a little shit and leave, Mud Butters. You damn near worse than C-Bun. C-Bun, at least C-Bun don't know what's going on. Mud Butters, you know what's going on, and your ass still come over here every day talking shit.
Mental institutions, insane asylums into our country. And I don't know if that's controversial to say we have to move those people out, but we have. But it is from the standpoint, you're doing something, and you're doing something that's good. Things like men playing in women's sports, I'm against that. Things like...
Nah, Mud Butters good, man. Listen, Mud Butters good. Mud Butters is like... He's a part of the community now. Mud Butters has been coming over here for a while. He always throws little sick jabs in the chat and shit at me. But Mud Butters doesn't try to take over the show. So I fuck with Mud Butters. Mud Butters is needed. I like Mud Butters. But I'm just saying though, Mud Butters, you saying C-Bun got a point. I just kick C-Bun ass out for doing the shit you do. Only reason you get it past Mud Butters is because you be a little cool with it. You don't be like, I'm leaving, goodbye. You can take a joke, just like I can take a joke. Fuck with you, Mud Butters.
Transgender for everyone. I'm against it. There's so many things that I'm against. I don't think they're controversial. I think the other side is controversial, but I do a lot of things and I get things done. And, you know, we're respected now as a country all over the world. And some people love that, but some people probably don't.
Mr. President, I'm sure you've now had the opportunity to see some of the pictures of what happened last night, and I want to walk through that.
Sure.
It was just around 8:30 p.m.
November.
I don't like to have a criminal or a sick person or somebody, whoever he is.
All right,
figured
Chad.
out. I mean, I think we're already figuring out he's a man with a lot of problems.
Everyone double tap the screen. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. I see a lot of y'all are saying it was not staged. So let's do a live poll, chat. Staged or not staged in the chat? Staged or not staged in the chat? Let me know.
Problems. But you don't want to have somebody like this, you know, essentially attacking our Constitution, attacking our country,
I can't believe Alex Jones doesn't think this is staged. I guess that Sandy Hook $1 billion lawsuit, man, he knows Trump suing everybody, man. Alex Jones got right. And they got Alex Jones on his fucking heels right now. Oh, it's not staged. What the fuck? You, Sandy, all of it. You the one gonna say it's not staged? Yeah, that $1 billion lawsuit, they got him on his damn heels.
Changing events that are, you know, it's an important event. It was a very
A night celebrating the First Amendment and the freedom of the press.
That's right, exactly. And this was a record setter. I mean, this was a very big, you know, that dinner had some problems for the last 9 years, and I didn't help them. And this time I went, and I felt really good being there. There was a great camaraderie. I wasn't sure what the response. It was, you know, a lot of press, a lot of media. And when I walked in, I got a very nice applause. I wasn't sure. I said, you know, told my wife, I said, you know, I may walk in and they may give me a hard time, or I may walk in, let's see what happens. And I walked in and got very nice, I think they were happy to see me there, actually. And I can tell you
What's up, Malcolm?
The biggest impact that I saw in the entire evening was, and I say this being somebody that's had a lot of, well, let's say we've argued a little bit to get things that I want done. I fight for a border, and they fight for an open border, and you know we have a lot of differences.
You've got some tough words for the press in the back.
There was tremendous. By this time the event had taken place, people were starting to feel safe. There was tremendous camaraderie. I mean, I saw Democrats.
Yeah, I seen Dana White talking about it. It was great. I was just taking in every moment of it. Man, what?
I saw senators. I saw congressmen and women. I saw people that weren't necessarily on my side from the
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you how to live. You said if someone tried to unalive me, I would not have a press conference 30 minutes later. I would. Now, I would. But I wouldn't be talking about no damn ballroom and shit, man. I would be trying to, have something of actual substance to say. Motherfucker try to take me out, man. Listen, chat. Trump is a media person. It's like a rapper. Rapper gets shot. He drops a music video. It's the same thing. Trump gets shot at, man. He's about to do a damn press conference. If he could drop a rap video, he probably would. He probably would.
the other party, mostly, pretty much the Republicans are on my side, so I'm not that, surprised. And they were going, way to go, there was spirit in that room. I mean, it was like the whole country.
Why do I think it was staged? For the ballroom and to push mass surveillance. I think they're pushing the ball. So this is what it is, chat. It happened. Everybody, and he came out and spoke about the ballroom first. Everybody's eyes are on the ballroom. That's where the money's at. That's where the bunker's at. That's where people are going. But the underlying issue, the main thing is mass surveillance. They're going to say, how did this guy do all of this? How did he get from California to here with that? If we had this Palantir AI mass surveillance system, we could eliminate all of that. That's what the big deal is here. I think that's really what it was. Fuck the ballroom. They want mass surveillance.
It was together. It was pretty.
I don't think that that's a conspiracy theory. I think it's the truth. Trump came out over the last couple of weeks and said what? He said it. I'm willing to give up some of my rights to make sure that we're safe. I'm willing to, in order for us to have the strongest military, we're going to have to give up some of our rights as citizens. He's saying this shit. And now it's a conspiracy? He's saying this shit. Give up your rights so you can be protected. Look at me. I just almost got shot at a fucking White House Correspondents' Dinner. If we had mass surveillance, the guy wouldn't even have made it within a mile of me. We would have known. We would have checked his phones. We would have checked all of his connections, his social medias. We would have known that he went and bought this gun and kept it at his parents' house and was training with it. We would have seen when he was doing all of these. That's what they want. That's what they want.
25.
They're already saying Trump, the admin, is floating digital biometric scan for bank accounts. We just seen Scheinbaum in Mexico. We see it going on in the U.S. There are rumors right now that Trump's floating that if you don't give up your biometrics, that you won't be able to bank. They're going to go through the banking system and like, hey, if they're not giving up their biometrics, debank their ass. Alleged.
People came in. I mean, whether it's 20 or 25 or 30, but they say 25 million people came in. Zero people. We have people coming in legally.
Can I ask you something?
But,
You said
but
something.
the other side doesn't like that. There are things that I like that I think are very standard. I want women to be able to play women.
Think it can't happen? They're already violating the Fourth Amendment, right? Didn't they say that all cars after 2027 have to come with the AI camera system? If you're too drunk or if your pupils are too dilated, the car won't work? Didn't we just have like 40 Republicans side with the Democrats on that? Doesn't Ford already have the patents out for it? What are we talking about here? You want to be, let's say someone's coming to break into your house or whatever, and you're a woman. You run out of the back door. You make it all the way to your car. Your heart's beating fast. You're trying to leave. It's a man trying to get at you. You just got your kids and you made it to the car. You try to crank the car doesn't fucking start because your pupils are too dilated. Because you're scared. You're so scared that your eyes are real big, the car won't come on because it thinks you're intoxicated. Yeah, that's the shit that's about to get ready to go on.
Women, I don't want men in women's sports. And for whatever reason, the other side likes men in women's sports. So when you say get along,
But that's the other side.
I
That's
don't
not
think
the
I could
press.
ever, no, but I don't think I could ever change my feelings on certain policies. I want strong borders. They want open borders. There's such a difference.
Can I ask you, Mr.
I
President?
will say this, though, after the event, meaning it looked like things were good.
Chat, we have to get to 200 likes. Everyone hit the like button for me right now. Double tap the screen, go to the top. We're 20 subscribers away. If you think that the United States is moving towards mass surveillance, press 3. If you do not think we're moving towards mass surveillance, press 4. If you do think we are, press 3. If you don't, press 4. Everyone hit the like button.
We knew he was caught. I was given the information immediately. There was a camaraderie that you just have not seen in a while. It's very nice to see.
The president, you, Mr. President, the vice president, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, Secretary Hegseth, almost the entire line of presidential succession was in that ballroom. Who was the...
See, this is the thing. You saying it's already here with the Patriot Act. Yes, but now it's going to be a lot more effective. It's going to look different. It's going to function different. We're going to interact with it differently in our daily lives. Why? Because of the AI. It's not yes, we've been able to have mass surveillance, but it was a long process. It was, oh, this paperwork, that paperwork, and tracking this person here and putting these calls together here and having this person who went over here. Now the system is going to do it all instantaneously. It's going to do it all. It's going to lay out everything, all the phone calls, all of the connections, all of the data points from the flight cameras, and it's going to make a decision. And it's going to update people in real time. That's what we're going against now. The Patriot Act was bad enough, but now it's automated. It's a system. It's over with.
The designated survivor?
Well, first of all, I have to say, it's not a safe ballroom. I'm building a safe ballroom. And
we already got it. What did they say? Flight cameras are working with the Ring doorbell cameras right now, right, Chad? We got Palantir. You saying I'm way off. Call it what you want, man. Have your own opinions. Yes, we have a lot of this mass surveillance going on now. A lot of this shit is going on. What did Mexico just do? Our neighbors, they just said that you cannot buy gas or pay your toll fees with cash at the end of this year. By the end of this year, if you have a ticket that you have to pay a toll fee, or if you want to buy gas to travel or do anything, you have to pay. You can't pay cash. You got to tap to pay a card or something. Also, they said that your cell phone service in Mexico will be suspended until you register with the government. Every single cell phone service has to register with the government. Otherwise, the service is suspended. They don't care who your carrier is, what you got going. Your ass ain't registered that number with the government, it's suspended.
One of the reasons I'm building it is exactly what happened last night. We're building a room right there. If you walk out and move 20 yards to the left, you'll be right at the entrance to the ballroom. And that ballroom is being built on the safest piece of property in this country, probably one of the safest pieces of land in the world. We have...
But that's the White House. The White House Correspondents' Dinner can't use White House property.
It's able to be used.
Yeah, whoever said fake, go look it up. Go look at what Scheinbaum said. Look up what Scheinbaum said in Mexico. You have until December 2026, and you will not be able to buy gas with cash, pay tolls with cash. You have until December 2026 to register your phone number with the government, or it's over with. We got the same thing in the UK. What do they have going on, Plug? They got the digital ID, the Children's Safety Act. What does that do? They bypassed all of the apps and shit like that. They bypassed the cell phone carriers. They went straight to Apple and Google, and they're making everybody, when you cut on that Apple device, when you cut on that Google device, your phone is going to be in child mode until you give up your biometrics, your ID, or your data. You got to give up biometrics, ID, or data, or your phone's going to be stuck in child mode. They're not bullshitting right now, chat. They're not bullshitting.
Certainly the White House, it says the White House Correspondents. Well, that's the White House press. I'm sure that it's available. You know, it's up to the president, but that would be made available. And this has bulletproof glass. This has, this is the highest level of security. Also, very importantly, I could have built suites on top. I could have done a lot of things. And I said, no, this has to be pure. This has to be where people stay off property, and they go through one very impactful, very strong entrance, one very powerful entrance, there's no games with this. This is the best, highest. This has all sorts of security equipment at levels that you could never have in a regular ballroom. And we're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget, ahead of schedule. I wish it could be even sooner, but we're, months ahead of schedule. But it doesn't open till.
This is the thing. I have no problem with the ballroom, whatever. Build the fucking ballroom, whatever, bro. But what I'm saying is we just watched the video of the other guy saying that they're trying to make it like Solomon's temple or whatever. Why does it have to have all of these biblical references when we know that you guys are accelerationists? You're trying to force fulfill prophecy and bring on the end times. So when it get to coming with these schematics and how this shit's gonna be laid out, that's where I get to having problems. That's where I get to having problems and shit.
28. So, that means you have another season and a half to go.
Right.
But this is exactly why the military, and this is exactly why Secret Service and all law enforcement want it, because you have maybe 1,000 hotel rooms above the ballroom we were in last night. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying in terms of maximum security, it's not the best thing.
How is that wacko talk? They're trying to force fulfill prophecy. They're saying that Trump is the anointed one to lead us into Armageddon. They're not even talking about sacrificing the red heifer anymore. They're talking about rebuilding the third temple. Netanyahu got up there after he was, whether he's dead or alive, whatever, after the AI videos start coming out, what does Netanyahu say? The return of our Messiah is coming, but it's not going to happen this Thursday. What the fuck do you mean it's not going to happen this Thursday, Netanyahu? What happened to sacrificing the red heifer? What happened to all of this shit? And you telling me that I'm crazy? They're trying to force fulfill prophecy. These are accelerationists, man. What are you talking about? Listen to what they say. Why the fuck is Netanyahu talking about the Messiah's returning and won't be this Thursday, but what's going on? Why are they talking about Trump is here to lead us into Armageddon, the final battle? These folks are trying to force fulfill prophecy.
You can do it, but you can have problems like this. They have an elevator that comes down from the rooms. It's very close to the ballroom, which makes sense. So.
Now, I know the sacrifice of the red heifer was last year. What I'm saying is for the people who don't think that they're trying to force fulfill prophecy, take that as a timestamp. Remember, all of this time they've been talking about the red heifer. Isn't it just so happens they stopped talking about the shit after it happened? These are accelerations. I'm showing y'all that the ball is rolling. The ball is fucking rolling, man. Whether you believe in the Bible, whether you believe in the Torah, whether you believe in the Quran, or whether you don't. This what the fuck is going on. These people are trying to force fulfill prophecy, man.
We're doing something that's going to have a tremendous.
Why do you think they attacked? When did this war start? The second time, not when we dropped bombs on them last year, but this time. What did Rubio come out and say? Rubio said, "Oh, well, we had to get involved because it was we had reasonable intelligence that Israel was going to attack them, and we would have been hit back in retaliation." Right? What day was that? That's 2 days before the fucking blood moon. Go to Acts 2:17. It's like 2 days before the blood moon. They're doing this shit to force fulfill prophecy. 2 days before the blood moon, you go bomb Iran, and this shit is just on accident. Get the fuck out of here.
Tremendous impact on solving this problem.
The floor. There were a number of people who were very, very scared.
Man, Brent, you not that damn important. You think that we in here vibing, chilling, got a whole chat going. You think I stopped my show to remove your comment about 9/11? Brent, you're not that important for me to remove your comment, bro. I'm just gonna keep it real, bro.
Yeah.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. You can really enhance your chances of having a perfect situation, but sometimes things will happen. I did want to see what was happening because, I'm the president. In one way, I guess I should be hiding. In another way, I want to see if I can be helpful. But I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong.
You said, why give an interview to a pathological liar? I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. Trump the most famous person in the world right now. So if that's not enough, man, I mean, the word, it was an quote unquote assassination attempt on his life. Trump's the most famous motherfucker on the face of the earth right now. I mean, that's probably reason to interview him.
Really attractive law enforcement
Infamous,
people come
famous,
through
whatever
those
you want to
doors.
call it.
And frankly, it made me feel very safe, very, very safe. There was nobody going to get by them. And this was at the very back of the ballroom, looking at the back of the ballroom. Big
The
room.
counter-assault team that comes in.
Yeah, they were very impressive. I think they were very impressive. I think the whole operation was very impressive. The only thing you could say is maybe they could move that counterpoint out deeper. In other words, move it to the outside of the building.
Let's talk about that. Mr. President, I wonder how much has the Secret Service and the FBI briefed you about this suspect, Cole Thomas?
See how to live said, how dare he wear a blue tie? See how to live. You got to go watch that Dick Gregory interview before Dick Gregory passed away. That's when Dick Gregory was saying there's two Trumps. Dick Gregory was saying that shit a long time ago, that Trump had a clone or a body double.
Allen, have you read what a senior U.S. official is describing to us as a manifesto?
Yeah.
Did you know that he emailed it to family members? Not
we found all of that out this morning.
Right before the attack.
Yeah, we found that out this morning, and the family members were concerned. I think the brother called up the police. I think the sister may have called the police. The parents were rather devastated. He lived with the parents.
Chat, everyone hit the like button for me right now. I need everyone to double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots, make sure you are subscribed. Do you believe Trump has a body double or a clone, chat? If you believe Trump has a clone, put clone in the comments. If you believe he has a body double, put double in the comments. Let's see, man.
I saw the parents last night on television opening the door. I assume that was his parents. Look, you have sick people, and you have to mitigate the risk. But some of these sick people, it's amazing. They're very sick, but they're also, in some cases, very, very smart. He went to great school. I can tell you the person in Butler, I don't know if you ever looked at his academic credentials, he had almost 1,600 on his college boards. 1,600. Nobody has. I mean, it's the upper 99.9 percentile or something, and he was a crazy person. But
so, Chad, what do y'all think radicalized this guy? If we're going to say that this is a real attempt and this actually happened, what radicalized him? I've been doing my research on this guy, and I can't find out, like, what just made him go all the fucking way. Like what radicalized this guy?
A smart, crazy person. I think the law enforcement did a great job last night.
Let me ask you.
I guess if they didn't, I wouldn't be here. But I think they really did a great job. Now, can you make adjustments? I mean, we're also learning. Can you make adjustments? I think the only adjustment would be you move your security equipment further away. But it was about 50 yards away. 50 yards is a lot of yards. Now, when a guy's running at that speed, he was a very fast person. And he got him by a little bit by surprise, but that didn't matter because he was totally subdued very shortly after he passed that one point.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to...
So I want to know how he got, how did he get unclothed, Chad? So after they tackled him, did they remove his clothing to make sure he wasn't strapped with a bomb or something? Like, did they cut his shirt off? How did we get that picture of him with his laying down on his stomach, looking up like this at the camera that Trump posted minutes after the attempt? What happened? Did they cut the shirt off? I'm confused.
Ref can take a baseball team that won the game 18-0 and say they should have played better.
Look at Richard. Richard got the right answer. Richard said you. Richard, you got the right answer, Richard. Thank you, Richard. Somebody gets this shit. Good job, Richard, man. I would have pressed Trump ass on some of them questions too, man.
Those guys did a good job last night. They did a really good job. Now, do they make adjustments? They do. They learn. They make adjustments. We're living in a different world with the internet than we had years ago. But even years ago, it was very dangerous. I mean, just ask Honest Abe Lincoln. Pretty dangerous. And
This is the thing, chat. Everyone hit the like button for me right now. I see everybody saying Medi. I think Medi would have been good. WikiLeaks would have been good. Chat, but this is the thing. When we're talking about interviewing Trump, you gotta have someone who is gonna dig a little bit. You know, this is a 60 minutes interview. It's a 40-minute interview. So in a 40-minute interview, a lot can get accomplished. But I do understand that they have certain questions they have to ask. Like, shit, it was an assassination attempt. So I do understand it. And now they're going through the manifesto. So this interview was kind of framed. So they had to stay inside of a certain box.
but we are living a very, the internet, I think maybe more than anything else, it's radicalized some people. It's made people mentally sick. It's also a great thing. It's a phenomenal thing. We're the leader in it. We're the leader in AI. It's a great thing, but you'll always find problems. But it's a different age. It's a very different. No, I'm not a king. I get it. I don't laugh. I see these no kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that. Southern Law is financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups. And then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK, and yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. It's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded by the Southern Law. That was a
Chat, everyone hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots. We also have memberships available to get you access to 300 past live streams.
Southern Law deal too. And it was done to make me look bad, and it turned out to be a total fake. It basically was a rigged election. This was a part of the rigging of the election. And that's what you really should be doing. I mean, I hope one of your 60-minute episodes, which really hasn't changed very much from the last few years, I'm surprised, but one of those episodes should be on Southern Law and the fact that they spent millions and millions of dollars on absolute far right and just bad groups. And then they'd use those groups and they'd say, these are Republican groups and we're coming to your rescue. And they're the ones that have funded it, and they're the ones that keep them going. Pretty sad. Do you think it's pretty sad, Nora?
The allegations and the indictment
They're not
laid out
just
by...
allegations.
It's an indictment
These
laid
are
out by...
facts, okay? These are facts. I mean, they have checks to the Ku Klux Klan and many others, and then they're saying how bad they are and blaming the Republican Party and Republicans. These are not just allegations, but go ahead.
Well, as you know, sir, you've been accused of things and we're able to go to a court of law and adjudicate them. So allegations and indictments.
After 5 years, it takes you about 5 years.
I do want to talk about that.
Well, I've also won a lot of money from fake news falsely about me, and not that I want to sue people, because I don't, but I bring lawsuits against the fake news. I brought lawsuits against your network, and you paid me $38 million because you did something that was so horrible with Kamala. You put an answer down that wasn't responsive to the question because her real answer was so bad, it was election threatening. And you paid me a lot of money. You tried to pull one off. It was terrible. It was a terrible. And, when you say, can we all get along, you can, but when people do things like that, how about the BBC, where the BBC has me, actually AI, they have me saying a horrible statement. Yeah. I said, I never said that. It turned out they gave me a little AI treatment where they have my lips speaking words of hate, tremendous hate that I never said. They don't know what to do. They've admitted they're wrong. They just don't know what to do. They actually have me making a major statement, and it wasn't me. It was my face. It was my lips. My lips were perfectly in sync with the words. I said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So
I hear you, Mr. President.
So then when you say, can you get along? I can get along with anybody, but if people are going to cheat, if people are going to be fake, you sort of don't want to get along.
On that, what do you say to people who are encouraging political violence or even cheering it on?
Well, I think the ones that are doing that are much more far left than far right, much more. When you see, again, Southern law, when you see some of the statements that are made that are so, even when you say no kings, that's encouraging. You're saying one of the things.
Chad, have you ever been to a No Kings protest, or do you know anybody that's been to a No Kings protest, Chad? Y'all know that I went to one and I interviewed a few people out there, man. Do you know anybody who's been to a No Kings protest?
Things this guy said in his manifesto, which you didn't read, you should have, is that he attended a No Kings rally, along with not too many people, and probably it had an impact. You know, they get up and they say whatever they want. No, I'm against that. I think it's terrible. The fact that I've accomplished so much. I've made our country great again. I mean, this country was dead. Our country was dead.
Okay, Chad, do you think Trump has turned around the country? Do you think Trump has turned the country around, Chad? In your opinion, has Trump turned the country around?
A year and a half ago, Sleepy Joe Biden had no idea what he was doing. I don't think it was him either. I think it was the people that surround him in the Oval Office at the beautiful Resolute desk. I don't think he knew what he was doing. He didn't sign anything. He used the auto pen to sign 90% of it.
Here we go.
I think that they engendered, I mean, they really created a tremendous amount of anger and hate. Our country was dead, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. No, not even close.
Last night,
As an example, investments in our country, for 4 years, less than $1 trillion under Biden. In 11 months, $18 trillion under Trump. Now, most people are happy about that, but some people are really angry about it. You know why? Because it means we should be around for a long time, and they don't want that to happen.
last night you had very much a tone of unity when you were in the White House press briefing room.
All right, chat, everyone hit the like button, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots. Please subscribe to the channel. We go live every single night over talking politics, current events, and entertainment. This is a live poll, chat, right here, right now. Who is the best president of your lifetime? Who is the best president of your lifetime? Your lifetime.
I think so, yeah. I think I really felt very calm. I feel very calm, and I feel very calm right now, other than a couple of your questions, which are meant to antagonize and totally inappropriate. But I feel very calm. I thought last night was a very important thing to do, and people have said I did it well. Not an easy thing to do, you know. You leave a scene like that, and then you're supposed to let our country and even the world know that it's going to be okay.
And what about when we're talking about the division in this country, the political violence? Now many of your cabinet secretaries live on military bases in order to, because of the potential threats against them.
Well,
So what about Kristi Noem? They say Kristi Noem is still living in the Coast Guard mansion, even though she's lost her job, chat. So I'm going to ask y'all, should Kristi Noem be able to stay, or should she have to leave? Put stay or leave in the comments. Kristi Noem, they saying she's still staying in the Coast Guard mansion, even though she's lost her job, man. Should she stay or leave, chat? Stay or leave?
well, they choose to. I'm not sure that they need to. They also have nice places, you know. Democrats did the same thing. Some of the housing on the military bases is very nice. I'm not sure they do it necessarily for violence, but probably it's not the worst thing in the world. Look, we are consequential. This is a consequential presidency. I have a great cabinet, and they do things that are very good, but some people, you know, they're good for us, they're not good for other people. Like, as an example, Iran, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They will not have. They're not going to blow up the world. They're crazy. They're not going to blow up the world. And therefore, they're not happy. And when they're not happy, people do things that are violent. Now, I'm not tracing anything back to them, but certainly if they had a shot, they'd probably take it. So when you're a consequential president, or if you have a consequential administration, things happen that wouldn't happen if you're Sleepy Joe Biden. Everyone was happy with Biden. The world was happy. You know why they were happy? Because they were taking advantage of us, because they treated the United States like we were stupid people, and they made a lot of money, but they don't do that anymore.
Last night was going to be your first attendance
Yeah.
at the White House Correspondents' Dinner
That's right.
as
And
president.
I was looking,
See, you said, why would it be staged? For the ballroom, and not only the ballroom is the narrative they're pushing. Ballroom, ballroom, ballroom. But the underlying and the most important narrative is mass surveillance. It's mass surveillance. Trump has been coming out over the last couple of weeks and said that we need to be willing to give up our privacy rights in order to have a safe, secure country and the strongest military. Trump's been asking us to give up our privacy rights, saying he's willing to give up some of his rights for a safe, secure country. What is that hinting at? Mass surveillance. What is going on right now? This guy just ran into the damn White House, allegedly, not White House, but the Hilton Hotel at the Correspondents' Dinner, and was trying to take out Trump. They're saying, oh, how did he get in the hotel? How did he get the weapons from California to Washington? How did nobody know that he had it? Now, if we had mass surveillance, we would have caught it a lot earlier.
looking forward to making a speech.
And
Would have been a lot different had I gone up and, had I stayed. It was very interesting because I said, I can't make that speech. I was going to do a pretty,
Oh, now it's a conspiracy. But didn't they just pass that all cars made after 2027 have to have the surveillance in them? All cars made after 2027 come with the camera in it to show, and the AI is going to determine whether you're fit to drive your car or not. Did that not just pass? Did all of those Republicans not just vote with the Democrats on that? But now I'm conspiracy theorists saying that they want mass surveillance.
tell me,
rip roaring. I won't go into the total details, but no, I was going to hit people really hard with humor. In other words, really hard with humor. And I thought it was good. When this happened, and I wanted it to go forward, because I just didn't want it canceled by a crazy person. Our country's
What's
too
up,
good for that.
AJ?
Our country's too important for that and too powerful for that. I didn't want that to happen. But I said to him, and I thought it would go up. I was expecting until the last moment when the military came and Secret Service and law enforcement.
why did they say you couldn't go back when you were saying, I want to go back?
Because we had a very sealed room. It was very airtight. Once the doors opened, and
All right, they said if you think this was staged, that means you're doing drugs. So let's see. How many people think this was staged, chat? Staged or real in the comments? They're saying if anybody thinks that this could be staged, you're batshit crazy. Oh, wow. Staged or real in the comments, man.
the Secret Service, military, others came in. The police came in, the law enforcement. They came in, a lot of them. We had a lot of law enforcement. And
My whole thing is this. I don't know if it was staged. I don't know if it was real. And that's the problem. That's the problem I've had with all of this shit. Soon as I seen it yesterday, that's what I said. I said, I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's staged. And that's a fucking problem. Y'all don't understand how far we have gotten to where we don't even know if we can trust that this was an actual attempt on the president or not. That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
it was a wall. But the doors were open. It was breached by them.
Mhm.
If somebody happened to slip in, and when they said that, I said, you're right. But I did want to go. But it would have been a much different speech. I would have had to just get up and say, I love you all. And there was love in the room. It was amazing. There was love in the room.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that the tone
People
changed?
came together. Democrats that truly can't stand me were saying, sir, could I just shake your hand? I mean, I'm leaving, and I'm seeing people, high-level people, and they're saying, sir, great job. Sir, could I, one of them, I don't want to,
You said that's a me problem? No, that's a country problem. That's an American problem. If we know that we're living in the Truman Show, everything goes to shit. That's where you get to getting civil unrest. Nothing is believable anymore. We have a administration that calls out the fake news, and this is the fake news that's giving us this assassination story. This is the same shit. We seen Netanyahu with 6 fucking fingers. We've seen the Israeli company come out and say that they're doing AI generative for good, making fake damn sob stories and shit. We don't know what's real. We don't know what's fake. That's a fucking problem. That's a problem. A you problem. That's an American problem. That's a global problem.
You probably have it on tape someplace. One of them said, "Could I hug you?" A big politician on the other side. There was love. It just all came together. It was very amazing to see. It was a very beautiful thing. At a non-beautiful moment, really, but it was a very beautiful thing that was happening.
I hesitate to ask you about this, but as you know, these conspiracy theories out there on the left and the right, that the event was staged or that it didn't happen.
What, last night didn't happen?
That, that it was because it was your first time there, or that Butler didn't happen. These conspiracy theories that are gaining traction on the internet.
October 7th didn't happen, and World War II didn't happen, and the Holocaust didn't happen, and many things didn't.
Here go Liz telling me to take my angry butt to bed. Liz, you go to bed. You watching me. Didn't nobody call for you, Liz. Ain't nobody said, "Hey, Liz, come over here." Nobody asked for that shit, Liz.
Yeah, no, I hear it. I don't know. I think they're more sick than they are con people, but there's a lot of con in it, too. I haven't heard that last night didn't happen. Usually it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Usually they wait about 2 or 3 months to start saying that.
I think that and forgive me, I don't peddle in that stuff or certainly look at it because I was there. But the idea, I'm wondering where this is coming
That'd be
from.
a tough one, I think.
This is coming
That'd be
from.
I think that would be a tough sell.
Yeah. Secret Service now is currently meeting, as they always do, to discuss your security footprint. The King is coming here, King of England.
I think it's great. He'll be very safe, yeah.
Yeah. And
You know,
will
the
your
White
events be
House
able to go
grounds-
forward? No concerns about security going
No,
forward?
the White House grounds are really safe. This area of not very many acres, it's really safe.
So that's what I'm saying. They had that event at the Hilton, the correspondence dinner. He's trying to get the ballroom. The ballroom's going to be default extra protected because it's on the White House grounds. On top of it having however thick he said he wanted the bulletproof glass and drone-proof walls and all of that.
And he'll be staying here now. I believe he's going to a couple of other locations because he's here for a few days. He's a great guy. They called and they are so looking forward to being here. We spoke this morning.
So the King is fine. He's still coming. Your events are still going forward.
AJ said why he didn't take everyone to his hotel. You didn't see what happened? You remember the Green Beret? Y'all remember the Green Beret that blew up the Tesla truck in front of the Trump Hotel? That's why he didn't go over there. The Green Beret already blew up the Tesla truck in front of the Trump Hotel. Then that was the same day that guy drove in Louisiana, drove over all of those people at the damn festival. Same day. One of them, he was in a Ford Lightning and the other guy was in the Tesla truck. The Green Beret was talking about the propulsion systems and it starting World War III. See, we forgot about that.
He's a good person.
There's no indication from the Secret Service or the FBI that there's an additional threat to you or other administration officials?
No. This was a lone wolf, in my opinion. Now, we may find out something else. This was a sick lone wolf. He's a sicko. And very disturbed person. You could see it with his journey through life. I mean, he was a Christian. He was a member of the Christian club at his college, Caltech, which is a good college. I'm sure they're very embarrassed by this because, it's a great college.
This the thing, though, Chad. Why they not calling him a radical Christian? I'm a Christian. Why they not calling him a radical Christian? That's what I'm saying. If he was a Muslim, bro, this guy would be a radical Muslim. If he was a Somali, he would have been I don't know, man. Venezuela, terrible criminal, man. Hey, listen, this guy is a fair-haired, light-skinned Christian. Why are they not calling him a radical Christian, man? I'm just going to be honest with you. Why is he not called a radical Christian?
College. So that means he's pretty smart to be in. And you got to get pretty good marks, got to get pretty good board scores. It's a hard school to get into. So he's a smart guy, but he's a sick guy. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, it would be a lot easier if they weren't smart. Some of them are very smart. And They go around and all they want to do is kill people. They're sick, and they have to be put away.
I understand today is the First Lady's birthday. Is that right?
Today's her birthday, yes.
You said was his training for his religion? According to the manifesto, it was. According to the manifesto, he said, they asked, why would he do this if he was Christian? And he responded. This is exactly what he said. Hold on. I got it right here. I got the whole manifesto. Hold on. What did he say? That's not it. Hold on, chat. Everyone hit the like button. I got it right here why he said he did it, because he was a Christian. Here it goes. The whole manifesto. All right, boom. It was objective. 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Turn another cheek is when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not the school kid blown up, or a child starved, or a teenage girl abused by many criminals in this administration. Turn another cheek is when someone else is oppressed. He said, turning the cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Sounds to me like he did it in the name of Christianity, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. He said that he seen some people getting oppressed, and him as a Christian had to take a stance against it. Why is he not a radical Christian?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Melania. Today's her birthday.
How does that?
How
do you deal with that
Well,
after what happened last night?
Yeah, by the time we get back.
Why, chat? Why are y'all not? That's what I'm saying, chat. If he was, you know, a different skin tone and had a damn turban on, y'all would be calling him a radical Muslim. I'm just saying, chat. He said that he could not turn the other cheek, otherwise he would be complicit. He said he did this as a Christian. He could not turn the other cheek. Why are they not calling him a radical Christian? Can someone give me an answer? Nobody's going to state the obvious, because it doesn't fit the narrative. It doesn't fit the narrative. Nobody wants to say it. I have to be the one to come out and say it, I guess. It doesn't fit the narrative. This man just told the world in a manifesto that as a Christian, he couldn't turn the other cheek. He had to do this because he wasn't the one that was getting abused. I didn't tell him to address the Christians. What do you mean no such thing as radical Christians? I'm from the South. I seen Christians. They said the real Christians was ones burning crosses in people's yards. What do you mean there's not no radical Christian? Have you ever been to the South? Have you ever seen someone, you know what I mean? Come on, man. They said the real Christians wear hoods and shit. With little slits in the eyes, man. Burning crosses in yards. Didn't they say they was the real Christians? Right? You mean? You said, I wish you could continue the video and shut up already. Don't worry. Everybody tell Nancy have a good night. Nancy, get the fuck out, man. Nancy don't know how to act. I wish you would continue the video and shut the fuck up. Go to 60 minutes, Nancy. Nobody asked you to come in here. That's what. Let me stop, chat. Let me stop.
On 12 o'clock, and I said, happy birthday.
Yeah, I'm talking about the KKK. Yes, I'm talking about the KKK.
Hey, darling.
Mm-hmm. And you were back here in the White House, I understand, in 5 minutes.
Well, they move fast, yeah.
Yeah, they move fast.
I mean, look, it's a pretty quick drive. It's not very far away. But think of it, the security of having this really perfect facility built at the highest security levels on the grounds, where you're not taking, I'm talking about any president. By the way, other presidents will use the ballroom a lot more than me. I'm going to have 4 or 5 months left. But other presidents will be having the you know, that tremendous asset is going to be so great. But outside of that, it's dangerous.
Now here you go. You're going to say, I'm lost. KKK is not Christianity. I'm lost. KKK is not Christianity. Tell that to them. Tell that to the damn Templars and shit. Tell that to the Grand Master and shit, man. Talking about, I'm lost, KKK is not Christian. Tell that to them. Motherfuckers running around burning crosses and shit. Tell that to them.
You know, you need tremendous, that you could never build. You can't have that.
Don't convince me. Convince them to stop claiming that they're Christians and running around burning crosses. Don't convince me. Convince them.
Thousands of rooms on top of a ballroom and have security, real security. Now, with that being said, I hope they do this event again.
Now you're talking about bringing up the past. That stuff doesn't happen anymore. I'm in Arkansas. Do you not see the YouTubers all going to the most racist town in America? Have you not heard of a sundown town? What do you mean? They have Klan meetings all the time. This shit is going on in Arkansas. They just did a whole march down MLK in Little Rock. You talking about this shit's not going on? I'm living in the past. They just did a march down MLK in fucking Little Rock. What? Where the fuck have you been?
And I hope they do it again.
Somebody gets it. Look at Jimmy. Look at Jimmy. Jimmy gets it. He's saying the KKK claim to be Christians and they think their hate is biblically justified. Exactly. That's when I started this whole monologue or whatever. I said that they claim to be the real Christians, true Christians. Y'all are saying they're not Christians. I said, okay, don't convince me of that. Convince them of that. You said it's going on hundreds of years ago. I said they just did a fucking rally in Little Rock and marched down MLK. You moved the goalpost again. Thank you, Jimmy. At least somebody understands me. Everybody doesn't need their hand held.
The friendship, the spirit after a very bad event took place.
Am I a Democrat? No, I'm not a Democrat. No, I'm not a Republican. I don't trust any of them motherfuckers. I don't trust this man on the screen. I don't trust this woman on the screen. I don't trust y'all. I think we're completely sold out. I think all the markets are fabricated, manipulated. This is an Epstein class, PDF protectors. I think that everything needs to go. I think that these people are too fucking old and they're making decisions. What, do you want me to keep going? I can do this shit all night.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chad, that's the end of that 60 Minutes
so Lawrence
interview.
and Brian were there last night, and of course,
This guy, Lawrence O'Brien, was, he the one took all the pictures with Erica Kirk last night. So, I don't know, Twitter's in an uproar. They're pissed off. They said something about Erica Kirk was eyeing the camera. I don't know. We're going to see what Lawrence is talking about, Chad. You said it's all a shit show. Do I like Mamdani? I'm up in the air with Mamdani. Like, I'm not just a fan of Mamdani. I'm really actually critical of Mamdani. But I did see where Mamdani has made over 6,000 landlords do renovations on their units. So it looks like Mamdani is getting some things done. I seen the snow shit go on too, to where people are suing him for not getting paid with the snow. So we are watching Mamdani very closely. But I did see that he made 6,000 landlords do renovations to their apartments. I'm not gonna lie, that's a big deal.
Witnessed all of this. You know, Brian, it's kind of one of the saddest things about all of this is that part of us were kind of like not terribly surprised.
See, you said, bro, Mamdani is worthless, you tweaking. What I'm going to say is, I don't care whose name you put in there. You could say Mamdani, Trump, Jasmine Crockett. You could say Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Thomas Massey. When I hear that a damn mayor is making landlords do renovations on their units, 6,000. You see these people complaining about rats and roaches and drafts and electrical hazards and shit. I don't care whose name you put on it. That's some good shit. We need that. People don't want to live in fucking poverty and filth. These kids don't deserve to live in poverty, and a lot of that shit is something that's out of their control. These kids don't deserve that.
Because of what we have seen over the last 2 years of this rise in political violence.
I mean, we've seen a lot of it. I mean, we had the school violence. Sadly, was becoming a regular thing, and Now we're looking at a third straight assassination attempt on President Trump, and he reacts the same way he reacts. He gets very cool under fire, literally. He was able to reflect on it and just say, this is what we have to deal with. I mean, you need...
See, this is the thing, Christina. You said, so you believe that all the hard work you've done to get where you are, and you believe you should automatically give the less fortunate half of that. Nobody said that. Not one person has ever said you're gonna have to give half of your wealth away. Not one person, not one policy, none of that shit has said that you're about to give half of your shit away. Now, if you want to talk about capital gain, take that shit up with the Fed. Mamdani is not saying that you have to give up half of your fucking income. Cut the shit. Cut the shit. Nobody's saying that.
Secret Service to evaluate Secret Service to say, hey, what could we do different? Maybe it's just impossible to secure that Hilton, just by the way it is. Maybe it should be in a separate room. It should not be in the middle of a hotel. I mean, those people, they got to think about that. The other thing would be, should you have all these cabinet secretaries? This is an extremely tight unit. They're like one big team. They like to do stuff together. They were looking forward to this night. We talked to just about all of them, Rachel. Everybody was so pumped up. They just like being around each other. But maybe from here on in, it's just too much of a risk.
Man, Mamdani said a 2% tax on the damn rich, man. Mamdani never said 50%. Mamdani never said half of the money you've accumulated. Now you out here talking about Mamdani said if you made a certain amount of money, you got to give half of it to the list. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He proposed a higher tax on the rich, but it wasn't 50% of whatever you made. Nobody said that shit. That's crazy. You're running with that.
To put them together, and I think you got to maybe evaluate where you do these things, because if you're going to do it in a place that's going to have access to people having weddings and on vacation, you don't know who's going to show up. And
now y'all saying go campaign for him again. I don't give a fuck about Mamdani, but to say this, anybody said you have to give up 50% of your money is just lying. I mean, damn, like shit. Like I said, I don't care if it's Mamdani, Sarah Huckabee, fucking DeSantis, your local mayor. I don't care who it is. When you do some good shit, I'm gonna congratulate you on some good shit. When you do some bullshit, we're gonna call that bullshit out. And right now, you saying go campaign for Mamdani because I said he didn't ask for 50% of the wealth. It's crazy. It's crazy. You want me to just say, oh yeah, Mamdani said he's taking half of your money when he did it. It's crazy.
We'll find out what this guy did to plan for this event, but to think he could get 3 weapons that close to the ballroom makes me think there's some problems.
Yeah.
Lawrence, you were there as well. I'm thinking about the security in this venue. It's just unbelievable to me, as Brian said, that this could have gotten so close to the president. And as Brian said as well, almost the full line of succession was there in that room. The president, the vice president, multiple cabinet members as well. We're in the middle of a war. This appears to be a leftist, and we need to talk about that part. But we're also in the middle of a war where we took out the leadership in Iran. Given the state that we're in this war, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, we saw Erica Kirk leaving in tears, traumatized, re-traumatized. Should we be thinking about speeding up or can it be sped up, this ballroom that President Trump suggests could actually be the solution to all these security gaps that we saw last night?
I mean, sure, yeah, we need to speed up the ballroom, but we need to speed up the security apparatus and the criticism of that, right? The scrutiny of that. And this is, I say this as someone that has a lot of buddies in Secret Service, FBI, and, in the moment, the reaction is always...
Chat, hit the like button. Chat, we're 15 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. We need everybody to hit the like button. This is the guy, the Fox News anchor that was taking the pictures with Erica Kirk.
A lion's heart. You see them rushing toward danger. But this is a failure of leadership here.
Yeah.
The same thing continues to happen over and over again. Look, we always talk about this, and the way they look at it is mission success is that the principal, being the president of the United States, is safe and no injury has been inflicted on him. But the problem with that is, we lost an American, Corey, as a result of a casualty of them just worried about the principle. That is the job. But we're talking about there was multiple cabinet members there, their wives there, the Speaker of the House, obviously the president and the vice president there. And it
The
was
whole
kind of
line of
disjointed.
secession.
When I heard the gunshots that were there, and it was very.
That's what I'm saying. It's the whole line of secession. And the Hilton didn't lock it down. They didn't force the Hilton to lock it down. Man, come on, chat. The whole line of secession is in here. You got Trump, Vance, Mike Johnson. You got everybody, man. You got everybody. This shit is crazy.
Very clear. And I looked at one of our colleagues husbands who is in the service, and we were both sure there was a gunshot, right? And then you see the barrage of servicemen and women rushing down the aisleway, because one thing that is not talked about is because when the president is there, it's kind of disjointed when you have different cabinet members there. And so although they were trying to eliminate the threat, all of those guys running down the aisle were trying to go to their prospective cabinet members, because it's inside of the ballroom. Most of the people there, with the exception of one or two agents assigned to different cabinet members, whereas most of the time they have, an army of men traveling with them. They were just focused on the president, the vice president, and the first family. And so you saw all those men running down the aisleway, jumping on tables, because they had to get to their own principles. So This was a failure. We would do ourselves some good by saying we appreciate the men and women that risk their lives every single day, but we have to do better. The teacher of the month was able to run through a barrage of men and women through magnetometers, right? And by the time that he ran through, those are civilians.
Teacher of the month and all the rest of it.
Secret Service just can't just fire at will. So again, multiple problems here. I talked to the president last night on my way home to New York. And again, a lion in his heart, extremely gracious, as he, if I was in this situation, I was the principal here, I would not have.
Man, Trump just survived another assassination attempt, and he on the phone with this nigga on the way home. Man, come on, bro.
Has been as kind. I will say this as I'm wrapping up, guys. The media, I understand the president said this was a moment of unity because we were all in the same room at one time. And they got to see what this family goes through on a day-to-day basis, which is a high level of threat. But they were not the target. This was not an attack on the press.
Right.
They were gunning for one person. And the question is, there's a moment of unity right now, but what's going to happen Monday morning? Are you going to inflame? Are you going to put the same radicals on your program that have been inflaming this rhetoric against one side? So I look forward to seeing their coverage on Monday morning.
And that's a great point, Lawrence. And Brian, to your point about political violence, Lawrence is referring to Hassan Piker, that's platformed by a New York Times platform, saying that it's okay for social murder to kill a CEO of a healthcare company and many other things. But, we've seen this morning, finally, one Democrat member of Congress, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, she tweeted out simply, "Please stop trying to murder the president." And it dawns on us, because we saw lots of statements last night from people like Hakeem Jeffries and others that condemned political violence, but didn't say exactly what Lawrence is talking about, which is the elephant in the room, which is this attempt to kill Donald Trump, the president. And so you wonder, is this rise in political violence only going to be solved if we are all honest about the threat that has been percolating and growing, and now we have witnessed the third attempt on President Trump's life?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to assign any political party to exercising a would-be assassin. I mean, we're going to find out about this guy. It looks like he said, he told people initially, according to a report in the New York Post, he told people initially, I wanted to shoot the president or one of his officials, one of his people. So
everybody but Kash Patel. I'm trying to figure it out, Chad. Like, I'm scratching my head. Like, what the fuck did Kash Patel do that was so grandstanding?
somebody was going to pay the price. But if that guy got in the room, it would have been a bloodbath, because there'll be people shooting back and forth, acting instinctively, no matter how much you're trained up. There was 2,000 people. You literally could not walk between tables. I have been to about 10 of these. I've never seen it so packed. So this would have been terrible. I look at politicians. I hope people would ratchet it down. I'm not optimistic, Lawrence, that anything changes on Monday. Maybe they'll give it a day or two before they start pulling for Iran in the war against the U.S. and saying Hassan Piker has some good points. That's the guy you're referring to, that Gavin Newsom says, I'd like to do his podcast, and Ro Khanna says, I would like to listen to all sides. When part of the thing he says is, I'm pro-shoplifting, love Hamas.
Chad, one day when they mentioned me on Fox News, y'all better not throw no shots either. When they be like, yeah, when the Plugs one, he wants to interview with Plug and shit, y'all better be championing me around this motherfucker. I mean, championing me around this motherfucker, Chad, from the trenches.
Rick Scott should be killed. He actually called for that. Rick Scott should be killed. I didn't see any condemnation on that. So I'm not optimistic things are going to be ratcheted down more than a day or two.
You know, Lawrence, obviously we all hope that they are ratcheted down. What is your level of hope that it might be ratcheted down?
I mean, it took them about 2 days after Charlie Kirk was assassinated to go back to the same old. I really want to be unified, but I can't have a kumbaya moment when we've had multiple examples now of this happening and what the response will be. And so I think it's on, look, the security measures are one thing. And I'm not saying that people in the media or Democrat politicians can control the crazies. There's just a certain segment of the population that is crazy. But giving them a platform, sometimes excusing it almost.
This is the thing, though. Both sides are crazy. I told y'all this shit over a year ago. Both sides have been usurped. The Democrats have been usurped by the far left that just wants everything to fucking go on. Like, hey, if you can think of it, let that shit happen. The right has been usurped by the far right, warmongering racist. Let's just call it what the fuck it is. They don't like no motherfucker. It's over with, man. There's no happy medium anymore. It's too tribal. It's like gangbanging. Let's call this shit what it is. They're gangbanging, man. They're gangbanging. It's either you get down or you fucking lay down, man. It's either you with us, man, or you ain't shit.
Oh, no, that's not what they meant. This is just freedom of speech. It's not. And I think it's incumbent of all Democrats, all politicians, of both parties, to do exactly what that politician said. Stop trying to assassinate the President of the United States.
Amen. That's right. And we also have to, I think on the right, a lot of conservatives want to give grace, want to look on the best side. And I get that. We all want to come together. Yeah. But we can't have that kumbaya movement until we actually speak the truth. The violence is happening on the left. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in front of college kids in broad daylight. This was the third public, assassination attempt. The second one was at his golf course.
See, we can't even just say the left if have gone woke and communist. The right has gone woke and communist too. We see the freedom of speech being attacked. All the Republicans voted with the Democrats for the 2027 car biometric shit, man. What are we talking about, man? What happened to states' rights? Y'all were so happy when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Now we see an executive order banning all states from having AI regulation. What are we talking about here? They're mad at Massachusetts right now for putting the damn policy in place for the data centers. They trying to figure out how to stop that shit. What happened to small government? That shit sounds like communism to me. Hey, listen, child, I don't know, bro.
But the other one was at a rally and took out one of his supporters as well, as you pointed out. We can't move on until they stop giving milquetoast, political violence is bad, from Hakeem Jeffries. We need them to say exactly what the Democrats said, which is the first time I ever heard a Democrat lawmaker say, stop trying to kill the president. And also stop trying to kill our supporters. Yeah. They took out Charlie Kirk. I'll never forget how it looked for Erica Kirk crying, traumatized. I also saw Bobby Kennedy walking out. I mean, imagine him and his wife, how they felt in that moment. The whole country is traumatized. It's time for this to end, and it's time for us to call out the people who are doing that. Hassan Piker said he wants to see the streets soaked in blood with landlords. And as you said, platformed in the New York Times, celebrated as the next Joe Rogan. I've never heard Joe Rogan say anything like that. Right. It's getting to a point where we just can't ignore this anymore. It has to end, and Secret Service needs to do a better job of protecting our president.
Brian Lawrence,
and by the way, Corey's, quickly before we go, by the way, Corey's family, he was assassinated. They still haven't gotten answers, okay?
Right.
For what happened at Butler.
Thank you.
Right.
Time for answers, real answers on Butler.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
Man, who stopped the investigation into Butler? Who's not pressing the issue, chat? I'm just going to be honest. He up there mad as fuck talking about we need to find out what happened. But you was just on the phone with Trump last night. You just told us you was talking to Trump on the way to New York. What the fuck do you mean we need answers for Butler?
While other networks lie to you about...
Chat, the gaslighting is fucking crazy, bro. The gaslighting is You just told us you was on the phone with Trump on the way to New York. Now you talking about you need answers for Butler, man. Then isn't he the one not pressing an investigation, man? It ain't trying to take him, man. He ain't get shot in the head. We don't hear him talk about it no more.
What's happening now? InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening.
Town. So, I am very critical of Trump when he does something like not listen to the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies and my own research and goes directly in to a disastrous trap in Iran that Blackwater is so happy he did, and 58 days later, I've been proven right. And when he does stuff like block Kennedy trying to ban glyphosate, I'm like, whoa, dude, you're going the wrong direction. But to the stairs to the ballroom, they have maps of this. He did not get in the ballroom. Just like when I was out in Miami a few months ago to be on Patrick Ben David, and I drove an hour and a half north to one of the other towns where they had, what's the name of that incredible Italian opera guy? I forget his name. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear Alex talk about this wasn't staged. Alex Jones is saying it wasn't staged. It's completely real. Let's see what the hell he got going.
Don't go to a lot of concerts, but I said, I'm getting in my car and I'm driving up there at night. I bought tickets and I got there, and that's exactly how it was. You would scan your tickets and all of that. And I needed help with mine, so they sent me over to a desk for whatever reason. And then they said, okay, over here, and they had machines and people with wands, and they were searching everybody's purses. And you went through. And that's the level of security they have, and that's what they do. And Trump said, fine, leave it at that. And he's the boss, so that happened. There have now been 3 assassination attempts against President Trump and multiple breaches of security perimeter. How and why does this keep happening? Dismissing it as sheer incompetence can only explain so much. The purpose of any system is what it does. We need to be asking, what is the purpose of the system? Yeah, we know the Secret Service stood down, only gave about a third of the staffing he needed in Butler. We know the head of it had to step down over that. We know there was a cover-up with crooks having help. Absolutely. If there is a conspiracy here, it's that he's being given bad security to get him killed, but it's Trump. It's been a controversy. He's been trying to go there every year. He's obsessed with this gala. He's a boomer. He's obsessed with old media. He's obsessed with the White House Correspondents' Center, even though it's not heavily watched. The clips are. And that's why he wants the ballroom done so quick so we can have it there next year.
Right. So, Chad, I think this is about the ballroom, but I really think that it's about that mass surveillance. And watch how it unfolds over the coming months. Watch how this mass surveillance just becomes more and more pushed in our face over the coming months, especially leading up to this election, especially with them trying to get the SAVE Act passed, Chad. Watch how it just comes. And nobody on the right is going to say anything. They're just going to shut the fuck up. Just like DeSantis did when he came out with all of this. We're not going to let AI take over Florida and we're going to do this and that. Trump puts the executive order down. He just shuts the fuck up. Watch. That's what the GOP is going to do. The right is going to shut the fuck up. They're not going to say anything. And all of our fucking privacy rights are going to be stripped from us. Watch.
Here. I mean, Trump just gets obsessed on certain things.
Hit the like button, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal, man. Go to the top at the 3 dots. Make sure the like button is pressed, man. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
He did an interview with Elon Musk, had 1 billion listeners, but he's worried about the stupid Fox News and CNN and all the rest of it. But even that, I got to tell you, from what I've seen with Trump and my sources, it's him. He doesn't care. He's very fatalistic. Roger Stone told me that years ago, and now it's just completely fatalistic. They come in and just tell him, sir, you probably shouldn't go here. You probably shouldn't go there. He told him he's going to campaign for the midterms outdoors nationwide. They said, sir, don't do it. He literally told him, shut the F up. It's my life. I'll do what I want. So Trump has gone from not giving a damn to really not giving a damn, okay? But I think he's got to think about the lives of other people that are going to get killed at one of these things. So, and then there's this other footage of the famous Israeli magician, wizard, hypnotist is what they call him.
You said, what do I think the Republic's going to do? They already did in the early 2000s. Privacy died September 11, 2001. You are correct, but you got to remember, in the aftermath of that, the Republicans were very vocal about the Patriot Act and how it was this and that. But watch, now they got a chance to stand up against some mass surveillance shit, and they're just going to shut the fuck up in the name of AI and in the name of passing the SAVE Act and in the name of securing the nation. Watch. They had a chance then. In 2001 Patriot Act, they were very vocal after that. Everybody had something to fucking say. They got another chance, and they're going to shut the fuck up. Watch. Like good old boys.
Same guy that on Joe Rogan a few years ago guessed his PIN number, and Joe instantly went. Well, on a later show, he said, finally other show, he didn't really confront him. He said, I don't feel good. I got a bad idea how you got this. Then later, Joe, on another show, was like, yeah, I wonder if that guy's Israeli intelligence. They hacked my PIN number and just did that to try to impress me. But he could guess Joe Rogan's PIN number with only a few questions. He was doing that for Melania, and the word written on the piece of paper looks like Vatican. And right when it happens, people are saying, ooh, that's the proof of something. Also, Caroline Levitt will play the clip. She was saying, oh, there's going to be a big fight tonight, a lot of heat, going to be crazy. Yeah, shots will be fired, because she'd seen Trump's speech he wrote. It was going to be very mean to the media. And that's a term everybody uses, shots fired. A few weeks ago, he did that J.P. Sears piece where I'm giving an IQ test because Trump says I'm low IQ, a comedy piece. And he says, who says you have low IQ? Oh, the president. Ooh, shots fired. So I'll assure you, if they staged this, they didn't have pregnant Caroline Levitt in on it, and she sure as hell wouldn't say shots fired. That is
It's so crazy how y'all come in here asking people to condemn this and condemn that, like y'all are just so moral in this immoral ass world, man. Like, let's be fucking real. Cut the shit, chat. Cut it out. Cut it out, man. When has the world ever been moral, man? You always want to come here and condemn this, condemn that, man. Motherfuckers don't want to condemn Listen, y'all pick and choose when it comes to being moral in an immoral world, man. You don't want to condemn this, but you want everybody else to condemn that. I'm tired of that. You cut it out. Cut it out.
An overused term, but that is all the proof that they let him through security. No, they didn't. They shot him 3-4 seconds after he ran past them. And he blasted a Secret Service guy with a shotgun. People go, oh, how come a rifle bullet didn't go through his body armor? Because it's buckshot out of a shotgun. That's why it bounces off. He's very blessed. That's what he had. So it turns out it was the Oz the Mentalist guessing that Caroline Levitt's new baby's name was Vivian. And see, the media had spun it and said, oh, it's Vatican, because it kind of looked like that. Oz Perlman. So we'll be getting to all of that coming up. But if you want a show that's going to...
See, this is the thing about it, chat. Thank you, Abba. This is the thing. When I come on here and I do these rants or these monologues and I give my thoughts and opinions, I tell y'all, I'm a little fucked up. I'm not perfect. I tell y'all that I pick and choose when it comes to this shit. That's why I don't try to force my opinions or put people into a corner like, hey, you got to do this, you got to do it. I don't give a fuck what you do. I just want to talk about it. Let's have a conversation. Because when it comes to this picking and choosing shit, chat, it's like everybody wants to condemn everything, but when certain groups bring up their grievances, everybody has something to say. Everybody has something to say, right? When the blacks bring up slavery, nobody wants to condemn that shit. When the Latinos bring up the land, and nobody wants to condemn that. When the Native Americans bring up the disease and dying out and killing all the cows, nobody wants to condemn that. When we get to talking about the blockade on Cuba and them not having power and shit, nobody wants to condemn that. But when it comes to some other shit, it's, oh, condemn it or you're cancer. Man, fuck that, bruh. I'm just gonna keep it real, chat. I'm a little fucked up, man. Don't put me in that corner, because I'm not gonna put you there.
Say everything's staged, everything's a conspiracy without evidence, you got the wrong place. All right? I'm gonna call balls and strikes on Trump. It's what I'm gonna do. But I gotta tell you, I'm getting eviscerated by the people that just hate Trump no matter what, and by the neocons saying that I'm saying it was staged for simply addressing it being staged. Bizarre, just nothing but camps infighting with each other. Meanwhile, it's killing Republican numbers in all the polls, and the Democrats are going to win the midterms, probably the Senate. So it needs to stop. All the garbage needs to stop now.
What's
it's
up, 40?
Legitimate to criticize Trump. When he comes out and attacks people that criticize him legitimately, it only makes people madder at him. His surrogates that attack people that criticize Trump.
You said everything I just said was condemned as bad. No, they didn't. The United Nations just had a vote to condemn the transatlantic slave trade. America voted against it. Israel voted against it. And I think Argentina voted against it. All of the countries in Europe chose not to vote at all. Only the African and the Asian countries really chose to condemn it. So what are you talking about? Until this day, 2026, the United States has still not condemned the transatlantic slave trade. Stocks, bonds, chattel slavery, they have not condemned it. Israel is not condemning it. Argentina is not condemning it. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They just had a vote.
Who are doing it from a place of trying to get the agenda back on track? You're going to empower the Democrats. They say us trying to end this war that's going to destroy the economy bare minimum, which it is doing now, economists admit. They say that we need to be positive and that we're demoralizing people by pointing out that Israel lied us into this war, which is now confirmed. They don't want to listen to the Pentagon. They don't want to listen to the intelligence agencies. They don't want to listen to me. They want to listen to lying Israel, who's got its 8-front war going, and they're Israeli operatives. Most of them are on the Israeli payroll. That's come out. That's why they point their finger at me and say, I work for Iran.
No, they didn't, Haiti. The UK did not condemn it in the vote that they just had. They abstained from voting. All of those European countries abstained from voting at all. When they just had it, the UN just had a vote on condemning the transatlantic slave trade. All of the European countries abstained from voting.
Or Qatar, which is absolutely preposterous. Or they say I work for the Southern Poverty Law Center when I'm not the Southern Poverty Law Center payments. They're attacking me all the time. I'm never in any of in the Epstein documents. He's attacking me over and over again. I'm not in the Epstein documents in a positive way. I'm not in the Southern Poverty Law Center in a positive way. The ADL has galas and says I'm the #1 enemy because I'm not creating white supremacist groups. I'm bringing people together against the corrupt agenda of the groups that run Israel right now. And I do it from a position of common sense, and they can't stand it. They need somebody in a Nazi clown outfit. That's why they pay those groups to do that. So let's start going to these clips. Let's go to 14 first. This is Caroline Levitt.
See, y'all are saying, why does it matter? It doesn't matter. Honestly, if you want to say why does it matter in here, for this purpose of this conversation, it doesn't. I'm just saying that somebody came in here asking me to condemn something. And I said that a lot of y'all come in here trying to be so moral in an immoral world when you're not moral your motherfucking self. You pick and choose what you want to condemn and act like you don't. I'm going to be open and honest and tell y'all, it's some certain things out here I just don't give a fuck about. There's some certain things out here that take priority over the things that you come in here asking me about. I'm going to be honest and say the shit. Y'all want to act like, oh no, hug the trees, save the animals, do all of this shit, but turn a blind eye to all of these other atrocities. That's what I'm saying.
Saying shots fired. They're saying this is the proof that it was staged. Well, wait. Well, then she's saying real shots are fired. No, she's talking about the term, meaning going to have incendiary fights and a lot of hard words. Shots fired. Here it is.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you...
I've never asked anyone to condemn anything, chat. That's all I'm saying. Y'all come in here every night because I'm on live. I'm consistent. I know. Y'all see my face, right? But y'all always want to come in here and try to push me into a corner. Condemn this, condemn that. What, it's either this or that. And I'm sitting here to tell y'all this, that I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say, how I want to say it. I don't care how many emails y'all send. I don't care how many Instagram DMs that y'all send. I don't care how all of that shit doesn't bother me. It doesn't. I'm going to get on here every night, say how the fuck I feel, and probably tell y'all that I don't trust any of them. And it's all a shit show. And everything needs to be changed. It needs to be revamped. Y'all get mad when I say fucking age limits. Like, oh, well, the younger generation doesn't. Hey, man, it is what it is.
You wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Now, Nicole Wallace is a reporter. She was sitting with Caroline Leavitt or another table with her husband, and he said, hey, you need to stay close over here and be careful. This is a dangerous night. Well, that's because they told Trump not to go and said this is a high probability somebody's going to try to kill you because of the low security. And the way the hotel's set up, it's not a good facility. I'd be concerned if I was there.
See, this is the thing. You said, oh, wow, you got it all figured out. No, I've never said I had it all figured out. I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to show up every night. We're going to have these discussions, have these talks, and I'm going to hang out with my chat. That's one thing that's for sure. I never tell y'all to take what I say at face value. I tell you to go do your own research. If you want some opinions, I got some for you. That's the thing. A lot of y'all motherfuckers in the chat are know-it-alls. That's the problem. A lot of y'all are know-it-alls and gangbangers. And when I'm calling y'all gangbangers, I mean it. With the blind loyalty to the Republican Party, the blind loyalty to the Democratic Party, you are a gangbanger. You got an OG. Who the fuck is your OG? Gangster.
People saw that and said, oh, her phone cut out on Fox. And I watched the next two guests and her come back on. They all cut out too because so many phone calls. Even Kash Patel couldn't get a phone call out. They've got special cell phones that get priority on the system. You ever been in one of these big events and a big bad thing happens, your cell phone doesn't work because everybody's jamming the lines out. But still, I get why people see this and they think, oh, Caroline Leavitt said that, and her husband told this reporter, look out tonight. Well, no kidding. They told Trump, don't go to the event. Here it is.
The permission structure for violence. You've got polls about political violence. Democrats don't think it's a good idea. Only Republicans, only people inclined to consume conservative media are now, I think, upward of 50% say that if necessary, violence is okay. You've only got the conduct on one of the two sides.
That's a whole other subject. With them saying the number one terror threat, the number one violence is white people, which we know is completely not true. I guess I messed up going over these links. It's clip 11.
And that's the thing, chat. Like I tell y'all, I'm not here to kumbaya. I'm not here to make people feel better. I'm not here to make this shit all hugs and smiles because that's not going to fix nothing. It has to go. Something new has to happen. They had all of this legacy banking system and all of these people taking underhand payments, sold us. I'm not with making none of those people hold hands and be okay. Because that's not going to solve the problem. I tell y'all that shit in the title, man. I'm not here to unify anything. Fuck that. If that's what you want, I'm sorry. You can have your opinion, but this is not that. It's not. It's not.
Thanks for finding it. Here's the clip I was talking about.
I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt. the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me, and right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
And then it cuts
Sounds like
out.
we lost Aisha's
So we do need to hear from her exactly what he said to her. Because that can be innocuous or that could be something. And, they could know a guy was coming and they could have had more security and they could have let him through like Butler. That's what the former head of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent's saying. So maybe the conspiracy is Trump rolled the dice and people are going to use it as an advantage to kill him. All I know is a real guy came in with a shotgun. He shot a Secret Service agent. He had body armor on, though.
And they let this nigga live. A real guy ran through all of them people with a shotgun. And listen, chat, what has been going viral all week on X? If you've been on X, you've seen it going viral. It's some little ad chat to where they got a new shotgun, and I'm talking about it's totally foldable, bro. I'm talking about you could fold this bad boy up to the size of like this big, and dude flipped it out with one hand and doom. I'm telling you, chat, this ad has been going on all week. Now we got this nigga running into the White House Correspondents' Dinner with a shotgun, shoots a Secret Service agent, and they let him live? They let him live. They let him live. This nigga.
And they shot him twice, and the guy's a big leftist. And the left's been calling for violence against Trump, so that all makes sense. That all fits. Now, if we see some new evidence come out of something else, I'll cover it, and I can change my mind, and I can be wrong.
Yeah, the left was going crazy on Twitter all week about the shotgun. It was a compact shotgun. The left was retweeting it all week, talking about, oh, this is for a mass shooter. Who could they be marketing in this? Matter of fact, chat, I retweeted it. It's on my page. It's on my page. I retweeted it, chat, and I said some wild shit now that I think about it. Now that I think about it, I retweeted that video and said some wild shit. This is what I got it right here, chat. I got it right here. I can't show it. I can't show it because they'll clip my live. The AI will say I'm showing a pew pew. But I'll show you where I retweeted it so y'all know I'm not lying. I retweeted this earlier this week. Boom. Okay, I can't show it. I can't show the pew pew. But this is the video. Look, what does it says? Look what it says. What possible market other than mass shooters could this appeal to? This is the 22nd. He retweeted it. I retweeted his post and I said, me, this is the market that this appeals to because I'm from the country. I like cool shit. I like guns. And now we got a motherfucker running into the White House Correspondents' Dinner with a shotgun shooting a Secret Service agent. This was going viral all week, Chad. This tweet right here. I wish I could show y'all him pulling, look. That's to show you right there. That's how small it is, Chad. I can't have him pull it out. All right, Chad. I can't have him pull it out. But that's how small it is. He flips it out with one hand. He flips it out with one hand. All right, let me get back to what we was watching. What the hell was we watching? Oh, the Alex Jones. Let me get back to the Alex Jones. But yeah, chat, that was going viral all week, man. That shit was crazy. Alex Jones. Did y'all see that? Or now that y'all see the video, did anyone see that going viral this week? Like I said, the left was retweeting it everywhere. All right, here goes the video. The left was retweeting it everywhere. Double tap the screen, chat, share the live out. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Let me pull up the video again. I wish I could play the video, but they'll clip me, bro. The AI's not playing that shit, bro. They'll clip me.
InfoWars
Dismissing it as sheer incompetence can only explain so much. The purpose of any system is what it does. We need to be
Y'all did see him? I'm telling y'all, it came out on the 22nd and started going viral. And now they were saying that you see what the caption is. What other possible market could this be other than a mass shooter? And I retweeted it, Chad. I'm telling you, I said me. I'm who it appeals to with the raised hand. And that's crazy. On the 24th, I retweeted it on the 24th and said me. I'm who it appeals to. It's fucking crazy.
Be asking, what is the purpose of the system? Yeah, we know the Secret Service stood down, only gave about a third of the staffing he needed in Butler. We know the head of it had to step down over that. We know there was a cover-up with crooks having help. Absolutely. If there is a conspiracy here, it's that he's being given bad security to get him killed, but it's Trump. It's been a controversy. He's been trying to go there every year. He's obsessed with this gala. He's a boomer. He's obsessed with old media. He's obsessed with the White House Correspondents' Center, even though it's not heavily watched. The clips are. And that's why he wants the ballroom done so quick so we can have it there next year. I mean, Trump just gets obsessed on certain things. He did an interview with Elon Musk, had 1 billion listeners, but he's worried about the stupid Fox News and CNN and all the rest of it. But
you said, Plug, would I say the U.S. lost the war in Afghanistan? No, because we imposed our will, honestly. I mean, it was bad. We did. It was a forever war, but to say that we lost, nah, we spent a lot of money, but shit, we were printing that shit. It's a print press, you know?
Even that, I got to tell you, from what I've seen with Trump and my sources, it's him. He doesn't care. He's very fatalistic. Roger Stone told me that years ago. And now it's just completely fatalistic. They come in and just tell him, sir, you probably shouldn't go here. You probably shouldn't go there. He told him he's going to campaign for the midterms outdoors nationwide. They said, sir, don't do it. He literally told him, shut the F up. It's my life. I'll do what I want. So Trump has gone from not giving a damn to really not giving a damn, okay? But I think he's got to think about the lives of other people.
Yeah, you said y'all left all y'all shit too. Don't let them fool you, chat. When it comes to leaving all of that shit, they have to justify military budgets and shit, man. That's why a lot of that shit, man, when they're talking about leaving shit, I don't think they really care. I don't think they really care. The shit's probably insured, or they got a new budget and they want to revamp and get new shit. Just gonna be honest.
People are gonna get killed in one of these things. So, and then there's this other footage of the famous Israeli magician, wizard, hypnotist is what they call him. The same guy that on Joe Rogan a few years ago guessed his PIN number, and Joe instantly went. Well, on a later show, he said, finally, other show, he didn't really confront him. He said, I don't feel good. I got a bad idea how you got this. Then later, Joe, on another show, was like, yeah, I wonder if that guy's Israeli intelligence. They hacked my PIN number and just did that to try to impress me. But he could guess Joe Rogan's PIN number with only a few questions. He was doing that for Melania, and the word written on the piece of paper looks like Vatican. And right when it happens, people are saying, ooh, that's the proof of something. Also, Caroline Levitt will play the clip. She was saying, oh, there's going to be a big fight tonight, a lot of heat, going to be crazy. Yeah, shots will be fired.
No, we doing a reaction, man. We doing a reaction. This is a reaction to Alex Jones. We trying to see what he's saying about Joe Kent in this whole situation.
Because she'd seen Trump's speech he wrote. It was going to be very mean to the
media.
Very
mean.
And that's a term everybody uses, shots fired. A few weeks ago, he did that J.P. Sears piece where, I'm giving an IQ test, as Trump says, I'm low IQ, a comedy piece. And he says, who says you have low IQ? Oh, the president. Ooh, shots fired. So I'll assure you, they staged this. They didn't have...
Hey, chat, we're 1 like away from 600. Everyone double tap the screen right quick. Let's smash past 600 likes. We're also 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. We also have memberships available to get you access to 300 past live streams.
Pregnant Caroline Levitt in on it, and she sure as hell wouldn't say shots fired. That is an overused term, but that is all the proof that they let him through security. No, they didn't. They shot him 3-4 seconds after he ran past them. And he blasted a Secret Service guy with a shotgun. People go, oh, how come a rifle bullet didn't go through his body armor? Because it's buckshot out of a shotgun. That's why it bounces off. He's very blessed. That's what he had. So it turns out it was the Oz the Mentalist guessing that Caroline Levitt's new baby's name was Vivian. And see, the media had spun it and said, oh, it's Vatican because it kind of looked like that. Oz Perlman. So we'll be getting to all of that coming up. But if you want...
Okay, I didn't hear about the Vatican. I did hear about them holding up that paper and it stunned Melania. Chat, double tap the screen, shut a live out. I want to do a live poll, chat. How do y'all think that this plays out, chat? Do y'all think that the ballroom moves forward by the end of this month, chat? Do y'all think that by the end of this month they will move forward with the ballroom? Yes or no?
Want a show that's going to say everything's staged, everything's a conspiracy without evidence, you got the wrong place. All right? I'm going to call balls and strikes on Trump. It's what I'm going to do. But I got to tell you, I'm getting eviscerated by the people that just hate Trump no matter what, and by the neocons saying that I'm saying it was staged for simply addressing it being staged. Bizarre, just nothing but camps infighting with each other. Meanwhile, it's killing Republican numbers in all the polls, and the Democrats are going to win the midterms, probably the Senate. So it needs to stop. All the garbage needs to stop now. It's legitimate to criticize Trump. When he comes out and attacks people that criticize him legitimately, it only makes people madder at him. His surrogates that attack people that criticize Trump, who are doing it from a place of trying to get the agenda.
Trump's supposed to do a meeting tomorrow in the Situation Room. So Trump's supposed to have a meeting tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be televised or not, or streamed or not, but Trump's supposed to have a meeting tomorrow in the Situation Room.
Back on track, you're going to empower the Democrats. They say us trying to end this war that's going to destroy the economy bare minimum, which it is doing now, economists admit. They say that we need to be positive and that we're demoralizing people by pointing out that Israel lied us into this war, which is now confirmed. They don't want to listen to the Pentagon. They don't want to listen to the intelligence agencies. They don't want to listen to me. They want to listen to lying Israel, who's got its 8-front war going, and they're Israeli operatives. Most of them are on the Israeli payroll. That's come out. That's why they point their finger at me and say, I work for Iran or Qatar, which is absolutely preposterous. Or they say...
Okay, Chad, do y'all think that Joe Rogan works for Iran or Qatar? Do y'all think that Alex Jones, I get them confused, man. Alex Jones, Dana White, and Joe Rogan, I get them guys mixed up, man. They all got the same archetype, man. But do y'all think Alex Jones works for Qatar?
Hey, I work for the Southern Poverty Law Center. When I'm not the Southern Poverty Law Center payments, they're attacking me all the time. I'm never in any of in the Epstein documents. He's attacking me over and over again. I'm not in the Epstein documents in a positive way. I'm not in the Southern Poverty Law Center in a positive way. The ADL has galas and says I'm the #1 enemy because I'm not creating white supremacist groups. I'm bringing people together against the corrupt agenda of the groups that run Israel right now. And I do it from a position of common sense, and they can't stand it. They need somebody in a Nazi clown outfit. That's why they pay those groups to do that. So let's start going to these clips. Let's go to...
Hey, man, I tell y'all, Chad, I see all of this shit, man. Brooklyn, Junie, 7:30, man. I know there's, 7:30? Ain't that on the East Coast somewhere, man? You talking about, are you stupid? Motherfucker, are you stupid? I asked the damn poll question in my chat. You come in there asking, am I stupid? Hey, man, watch her. Watch Brooklyn, man. We need to watch Brooklyn, man.
14 first. This is Caroline Levitt saying shots fired. They're saying this is the proof that it was staged. Well, wait. Well, did she say real shots are fired? No, she's talking about the term, meaning going to have incendiary fights and a lot of hard words. Shots fired. Here it is.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Now, Nicole Wallace is a reporter. She was sitting with Caroline Levitt or another table with her husband, and he said, hey, you need to stay close over here and be careful. This is a dangerous night. Well, that's because they told Trump not to go and said this is a high probability somebody's going to try to kill you because of the low security. And the way the hotel's set up, it's not a good facility. I'd be concerned if I was there. People saw that and said, oh, her phone cut out on Fox. And I watched the next two guests and her come back on. They all cut out too because so many phone calls. Even Kash Patel couldn't get a phone call out. They've got special cell phones that get priority on the system. You ever been in one of these big events and a big bad thing happens, your cell phone doesn't work because everybody's jamming the lines out. But still, I get why people see this and they think, oh, Caroline Levitt said that, and her husband told his reporter, look out tonight. Well, no kidding. They told Trump, don't go to the event. Here it is.
The permission structure for violence. You've got polls about political violence. Democrats don't think it's a good idea. Only Republicans. Only people inclined to consume conservative media are now, I think, upward of 50% say that if necessary, violence is okay. You've only got the conduct on one of the two sides.
That's a whole other subject. With them saying the number one terror threat, the number one violence is white people, which we know is completely not true. I guess I messed up going over these.
Hey, Mike, I don't know who you are or what you got going on, but you coming in here talking about did you fucking stutter. I'm going to need you to come in this motherfucker with some decorum, man. Say what's up to Plug. Say what's up to my chat, man, before we sit your ass down, put you in time out. Boy, how you looking at a corner, man? Talking about did you motherfucking stutter, man. You should have. You should have stuttered and said what's up. Thought about that shit you typed.
Over these links. It's clip 11. Thanks for finding it. Here's the clip I was talking about.
I was sitting next to Caroline Levitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
And then it comes
What's
out.
up, Sleepy?
So we do need to hear from her exactly what he said to her. Because that can be innocuous or that could be something. And, they could know a guy was coming and they could have had more security and they could have let him through like Butler. That's what the former head of the Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent's saying. So maybe the conspiracy is Trump rolled the dice and people are going to use it to advantage to kill him. All I know is a real guy came in with a shotgun. He shot a Secret Service agent. He had body armor on, though, and they shot him twice. And the guy's a big leftist. And the left's been calling for violence.
I'm just not understanding how this nigga run into the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Hilton, and he's the only one shooting somebody. Listen, Chad, it's one guy with a shotgun against like at least 30 or 40 other guns over there, and it's only one gun go off in that bitch. Chad, I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know, Chad. It's a little crazy, man. It's a little crazy. The White House Correspondent Dinner at the Hilton. Nigga runs in this bitch with a shotgun, and he's the only one that shoots. He's the only one that gets a shot off. So all of those people that was on security detail talking about what they would do if this happens and how they would go John Wick mode and it wouldn't be nothing left, man, they was just all lying. They was just all lying. They really wasn't going to do a damn thing. They was just all lying. Yeah, right.
Against Trump, so that all makes sense. That all fits. Now, if we see some new evidence come out of something else, I'll cover it, and I can change my mind, and I can be wrong. But I just don't think it's fair. I mean, here's an example. They've got fake. I checked it myself on Grok and ChatGPT. I didn't just believe Grok on X. We ran it this morning. Cole out.
Y'all said he got shot twice. I didn't see this nigga bleeding out. When he got shot, he had a vest on. He got shot twice, is what y'all saying.
And they have this photo of him, and he's got an Israeli Defense Force pullover sweater on. And it's a fake AI image. So just day one, say Israel did it. Even though the guy's a registered Democrat, voted for Kamala, gave her money, did this. And then you got the Democrats on TV saying, yeah, it's white males. They're the threat everywhere. And this guy's not a white male. I guess he looks like a mixed mulatto, whatever, black-white. But he's a big Democrat. It's just like we have to bend over backwards always to say it's staged, it's staged.
Man, Alex, what's up with the creepy music, brother?
Interned at the Jet Propulsion Laboratories in NASA. And there's these lists of dead scientists going around. Folks, it's 11 the last few months, including the head of the whole secret UFO.
So, yeah, they're trying to connect this guy to some Twitter conspiracies. I'm a little skeptical of this, but, you know, Chad, I come from the XRP community, so I'm used to Riddlers. I know Bearable Guy, 1, 2, 3, and all of them, man. I'm used to the Riddlers on X. And there's a couple people on X that have been in the communities that say they're time travelers and future people. They're trying to attribute that to this story. I don't know. But that Bearable Guy did predict the Queen dying. The Bearable Guy did predict the Queen dying, and that shit was kind of crazy. But everybody double tap the screen, share the live out, chat. We're 28 likes away from 700. Let's get a quick 28 likes, and let's get a quick 25 subscribers, chat. Double tap that screen, share the live out.
Project, the top general, who, by the way, said he wanted disclosure and that Trump had ordered to disclose it all. He disappeared 2 weeks after Trump ordered it 3 months ago. They found this other NASA engineer burned up in his car last week. Another one said, oh, they're coming to kill me. They told me they're going to kill me. Then she commits suicide. All these big UFO researchers are dying. 2 of them this week. It is hundreds, okay? And it's in Europe. It's in China. People involved with gravitational manipulation. They call it anti-gravity. That's not what it is. It's gravitational manipulation. People involved in secret space programs. And Trump is the one that said 3 months ago, I want it all disclosed now, and signed an executive order and gave them until July to do it. And then a guy that worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that was founded by Jack Parsons, the avowed Satanist, and Aleister Crowley.
No, but y'all remember they said the Queen had been allegedly passed away and they was just hiding it. And it was something about that damn riddle where I think he put it out. I don't know. I got to go do refresher, man. This shit's been like 3 or 4 years, man.
I know it doesn't sound real. It doesn't sound real to me either. Just type in Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, Satanism, the founder, basically, of proto-NASA. Ran sex cults with Aleister Crowley. The point is, that was back in the 50s before NASA was formed officially. So it's crazy. You know, the guy that really shot Sirhan, it's well known. Even the local police report said that Sirhan had his arm pinned and he shot all the rounds out of his handgun into the wall and floor. But it was a well-known Skunk Works Jet Propulsion Laboratory CIA operative that actually shot RFK's dad, RFK Sr., a bunch in the back there at the hotel in Los Angeles. So the fact that, and one of his professors just got killed a few weeks ago. Kellen, one of the writers, was just showing me that. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. Just look it up. Cole Allen worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratories for NASA. Absolutely amazing, and gave to Kamala Harris and all the rest of it. So that's where we are.
Do y'all really think he worked with NASA? I seen him on ABC, and they had J.D. Vance's wife was in that video as well. D-Rock comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat and says, keep up the good work, Plug. Asking questions and making people think outside of the box. Epstein did not unalive himself. I'm right there with you, D-Rock. Thank you for always supporting the channel, man. Chat, we're going to do a live poll for D-Rock. Do you believe Epstein unalived himself? Yes or no, chat? Did Epstein unalive himself?
Absolutely insane. Here he is as the teacher of the month in 2024. CTU Education, Torrance, California. But what's the corporate media say? CNN, New York Times, London Guardian. White House Journalist Gala ended like many U.S. events do, with gun violence. It's like when a Muslim runs somebody over with a truck at a Christmas parade, and they say, oh, a truck killed a bunch of people. It's truck crime. It's vehicle crime. No, it's a person using a weapon.
He's talking about what I was speaking about earlier, I believe, when the guy used that Ford Lightning to drive over all of those people in Louisiana in the same 24 hours that Green Beret blew up that Tesla truck outside the Trump Tower. I think the Green Beret happened first, then the guy drove over those people. I wonder, was the guy driving over those people a psyop to cover up what the Green Beret was talking about in that manifesto with the propulsion systems? I don't remember what was in the manifesto for the guy driving a Ford Lightning that ran over all those people. I don't remember if he had a manifesto or what was in it. But the Green Beret had the propulsion systems inside of the manifesto and said that they would start World War III. And he said China had them and the United States had them.
Trump rushed off stage as shots fired. Video, correspondence, dinner, chaos. Why we need the ballroom. Trump, WHCA dinner with the press turns into night of tears and terror. But again, he didn't even get in the ballroom. They all just dove into the tables when they were told to. And people say, how did he get in the ballroom? How did he get through security? He didn't. He ran through the first layer of the magnetometers and got shot. Though still, that is not having enough security for a presidential event, period. And Carrie Lake has come out and said she couldn't believe how lax it was. That's why Trump hasn't been there for 10 years, because they said, don't do it. And then the new Trump says, F you, I'm doing it.
Too many coincidences.
Absolute circus.
Too many
Jack
coincidences.
Posobiec asked, who let Trump be in such a low security environment? Trump?
It's too many coincidences.
Just like he's reckless with this Iran.
Too many coincidences. White House correspondents dinner. Trump wants to go first time he's going. Cell phones get the cutting out. This nigga runs in here, shoots a Secret Service. Nobody else lets their gun off. He's the only one in the house that lets his gun off. It's crazy, Chad. It's Trump comes out Ric Flair style after the fact, wanting to do a damn press conference about the ballroom, man. Oh, God, bro. I don't know, Chad. Hit the like button, Chad. We're 6 likes away from the next like goal. Let's hit the 700 likes right quick. We're 6 likes away.
More. So I guess at the end of the day, I am criticizing Trump. That's what's happening.
And then the weirdest thing about this whole situation is, why does Kash Patel get a pass? If this man said his only targets are people in the administration except Kash Patel, why the fuck does Kash Patel get a pass? I'm just being honest, Chad. Why the fuck does Kash Patel get a pass? Is it because he's a minority? Is he doing the Lord's work? Like, why does Kash Patel get a pass? That's the most confusing thing to me about this whole situation. Why the fuck does Kash Patel get a pass?
Here. And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. There's Carrie Lake. I can't believe how lax the security was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. Upon entering, nobody asked to visibly inspect my ticket nor asked for my photo identification. That is a dereliction of duty, because most people had to show their invite and an email with their name and a show ID. Have one of those mental moments. What's the thing you get to come to a party? Invitation. And I've been to a lot of these type of things. I mean, yeah, weeks before they make you do it, sometimes the Secret Service calls.
It was in the manifesto. So in the manifesto, he addressed a couple points, and some of those points were about him being a Christian. People said, oh, you're a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. His response to that was that, hey, yes, I am a Christian, but I'm not the one being trespassed against. I'm watching these these atrocities happen across the world, and as a Christian, I have to take a stance. This is his exact words. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turn another cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. He also said this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflect me. I am no longer willing to permit a PDF rapist and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. They finna use this as justification to fire Cash Patel ass. That's why his ass was X'd out, man. He finna get ready to fire his ass, man. Whoever cooked this up.
Calls you, got a special badge. They call you the day before, the day of. Of course, I've had badges that you can go, like maximum red badges, backstage, anywhere you want. That's why you get a little extra thing, which is fine. But when I was like front row, down below the inauguration, the front row of his inauguration, they had a Border Patrol senior guy who was older in his Border Patrol uniform. He says, Alex, big fan, but still got to check your ID. And I said, well, of course. Gave him my invitation, checked my ID, said, have a good day. So they're not doing, and I wasn't mad. I was like, okay, yeah, of course, you still should check. Because you can't, like, not do it for me and then, not do it for other people. So, yeah, Carrie Lake and a bunch of other people. So listen.
You said Cash Patel girlfriend Israeli, he untouchable. Y'all are bad at this. Man, how many people in that administration have Israeli ties? So you think that Cash Patel's girlfriend has him fucking protected, but Trump got the fucking silver crown of the Torah. They had 23, I don't even remember how many rabbis it was. It was like 100, it was a bunch of rabbis went to Mar-a-Lago in 2023. And they had a ceremony, and it gave Trump the silver crown of the Torah. He's the one that moved the embassy back to Jerusalem. And you mean to tell me that after all of that, Cash Patel's the only one protected? Because he has an Israeli girlfriend. This nigga Trump got the silver crown of the Torah.
What I'm saying is, were they trying to kill Trump because he's for disclosure? Did they send one of their program lone wolves? Did he act alone? I tend to think that. But to say this guy didn't run in and didn't run past security and didn't get shot and somehow that staged, what is staged? Like the shooting didn't happen? Just as there's a photo of him laying naked on the ground, they go, where's the blood? Well, they're not showing you that. That's what they do after you get shot. They pull your clothes off to tourniquet anything and to look for weapons. I mean, newsflash. I had a compound fracture when I was 15, and they didn't even just cut the bottom of my pants off.
So I'm saying, look at him, shirt off, get naked, cuffed from behind, man. He just ran past all of those people. All of those people shot a Secret Service agent. Nobody shot him in the damn back. Nobody shot him, Chad. Nobody. They shot Alex Pretty, they shot Renee Good, but they let this motherfucker Cole Allen run off in the White House with a shotgun and shoot Secret Service. Nobody bust their gun. Nobody.
So, and they could have unbuttoned my blue jeans and done that. No, they don't mess around. They just sat there with these big old clipper things. And I was in so much pain, I didn't pay attention. And they just started down at the bottom and just cut in like 7-8 seconds. I was down to my underwear. And, then they hit me with morphine, thank God. And I didn't think about anything else. And then I went into surgery a couple days later, and it was, thank God got it fixed. But till you get a compound fracture, that's next level pain. You're like seeing stars. It hurts so bad. But, yeah, they just cut my pants off. That's what they do. I guess you've never been in big trauma. You don't know that. They tear your clothes off. Because they got to see what's going on. They don't like, oh, let's just pull your shirt up. Oh, let's see if there's where the bullet wound is. No, they strip your ass. You ever seen soldiers? Once they get them,
You said Colin Allen more like Marcus Allen. Man, come on, man, though. Man, dude didn't even identify with being black like that, man. You could tell, man. Like, they got one picture. The one picture where he has the damn IDF shirt on that they said is AI. That's the only picture the nigga got an afro in, man. Like, come on, Chad. They trying to say he picked his hair out when he put the IDF shirt on. Every other time he got the Bradley swoosh cut, comb to the side, man, bangs and shit. But they got the AI picture of this nigga with the IDF shirt on. He got an afro. Man, come on, get out of here, bro. Like, let's be real. Get out of here, man. They playing, chat. They playing, man.
To the helicopter, they're naked. They cut their clothes off in the field. That's why you see the famous Vietnam footage. They got naked guys all bleeding. They're shoving them in the helicopter. So all these people that think they know how things work, you don't know how things work. A lot of people do. You just obviously don't. And I'm not mad at you. Yes, the guy may have had help. Yes, Trump said, I'm going there no matter the fact that it doesn't have good security. They should have just ignored him and had more security. So this has yet happened again. People can say, well, then he's not really worried about security. Even if Trump staged this, there are a lot of real crazy people.
Yeah, he was running fast, but this is what I was talking about, Bando. All week on Twitter, they've been promoting this handheld shotgun. Like, the guy pulls it out of a backpack, he flips it out with one hand, and he gets to shooting it. And all of the liberals were in there talking about who would want this or any but a mass shooter, so I retweeted it. They posted the video on the 22nd. It started going viral. I retweeted it on the 24th, and I was like, I'm the one who will want that, and now we got this nigga, Cole Allen, running a 4-flat through the Hilton at the White House Correspondents' Dinner with a shotgun, shoots the Secret Service in the fucking chest. He has a bulletproof, and now next thing we know, he's just butt naked, face down, handcuffed. Butt naked, face down, handcuffed. You just shot the Secret Service, ran through it, and then we got this viral video going around of this shotgun. And they talking about a mass shooter is the only one who wanted. Where was the shotgun at, Chad, when he was running? Where was the fucking shotgun when he was running? Or did he already drop the shotgun? When we see the video of him running or whatever, where was the gun at? Had he already shot the folks, or was he about to shoot somebody? Where was the gun at? They talking about he had a shotgun in here. Where? What kind? Yeah, what kind of shotgun did he have? See, that's the question. Why nobody asking what kind of shotgun he had? See, when Tyler Robinson smoked Charlie Kirk, we knew it was a damn, 308, 30-06, what was they trying to say he got shot? We knew that pretty soon. What kind of gun did this man just run up in here with? Where was this fucking shotgun at?
People that want to kill him, and it's crazy how little security he goes around with. So, here's the toll-free number. You agree with me? You disagree? You got points to make? We don't screen your calls. Just you have a clean phone line. You want to tell us where you're calling from, how you're listening, that's fine too. But I don't screen you for your topics. If you tell me the topic, then that lets me know when I go to you. But we don't say, oh, we're not doing that topic. That's when I do general.
Yeah, I can't listen to no music over here, man. YouTube be trying to take a little cut of my money, man. Yeah, and listen, we ain't got enough. Hey, listen, we can't be listening to music over here. They be trying to split that revenue and shit, man. We ain't with all that.
Phones open. Right now, I am screening you openly on air. That's how I do screen occasionally, but not classic screening where if I don't like what you're saying, you don't get on. Or if you don't agree, you don't get on. That's most of Talk Radio. I'm saying I want to hear about last night's shooting. I want to hear what you think about this massive subject and just Trump in general. Toll-free number to join us. Fire up the phone system, please. 877-789-2539, 877-789-ALEX. And I'll do a major update on the future of InfoWars tomorrow.
What's up, Flower?
They kicked us out of the building twice and shut us down before. it gets overturned in court, there is a very good chance, they say they're coming at midnight Thursday to padlock the doors, the Texas receiver, and kick us out. We are going to be fighting them more in court. Even though we have a backup network and the rest of it, it's just a moral, imperative that we do that. But we don't lose one way or another as long as we stay on air and as long as you share the coordinates of the new show. You'll find it Real Alex Jones, and on Rumble, the Alex Jones Show, and our new news site we launched.
Oh, he talking about his shit
You can
going.
find it on those sites right there, AlexJonesLive.com.
I'm doing good, Flower.
It is really that simple, and the stations all know the new satellite coordinates beaming to them. They're ready to flip over Friday morning, and then we just move forward. But I knew about 3 weeks ago, if you remember, I said, they're not paying the bills, they're not paying the rent, they're not paying the stuff last month. And we've been so steadfast with all of our companies and providers, internet companies and stuff. They're like, well, do you need more time? What's happening? We're like, no, I think we're getting shut down. And sure enough, they told us last week, like last Tuesday, they go, yeah, we're closing you May 1st. You'll be out May Day. Like, oh, the communist occultic holiday. Of course. And the Onion producer they're bringing in is famous for being obsessed with pedophilia, Satanism, the murder of children, and children defecating on their parents in satanic rituals. I'm not kidding. What? He pledged himself to Satan Thursday on air, and the left's just, it's just a joke. They're upsetting the Christian Alex. I love how the devil tells you that he exists, but then says he does it at the same time. Who produces stuff like this? This is they want to have the website InfoWars so they can misrepresent, act like complete idiots. So let's do this. Let's go to, I thought really it was wild what Trump said, though. He goes, they only try to kill consequential, impactful presidents. And he's right, and they are definitely trying to kill Trump. So the idea that nobody wants to kill Trump is just still preposterous. So let's go to President Trump here. I got a couple clips of Trump. I got so many clips here, I get them all confused. I'll find it. There's 2 clips of Trump last night responding. I got here a little bit late today. I woke up so early.
Put out on Truth and put out, and
I've done the research. He was not inside the security perimeter, but it was a flimsy security perimeter. So that is an issue, and that's what Trump was told. And the fact that he would just let his managers and the Secret Service, I mean, listen, the Secret Service can take over events and do whatever they want. And the fact is that the officers that did fire very quickly and take him down should have been further up in the, at the entrance or wherever, still checking, especially dudes with backpacks. I mean, I know this. I've been to the RNC, DNC, you name it. They don't let you take backpacks in those things. And if you got camera people, they got small bags. They get searched. They check your cameras. They make.
So what kind of shotgun did he have? Was it one of those foldable shotguns, Chad? Was it one of those foldable shotguns? That's what I want to know. I know he didn't go in that bitch with a regular Mossberg. I know he didn't go in there with a Was it a sawed-off, Chad? Was it a pistol grip? Was it foldable? What kind of shotgun was it?
Sure, it's not really a gun. They make you take the big camera apart. I mean, this was another standout. But that doesn't point towards it being staged. That points towards the staging being a standout.
I got to see the weapon.
With Trump rolling the dice like this, and I'm not trying to bash him. This is crazy town.
Have they showed the weapon yet, chat? Has anybody seen the weapon? Has anybody seen the actual picture of the weapon?
Here's one of the witnesses.
This military vet tells me that she saw the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner after those shots rang out nearby, and then she saw the man fall right in front of her, a rifle, and several magazines. I got her on the phone. Take a listen. The moment you decided to step outside to make that phone call.
Okay, so there was really bad reception, lots of cell phone pull. I couldn't get any text messages out, and I just wanted to check on Alexandria. He was babysitting. So
hey, B-Money, what I tell you about that shit, B-Money? What I tell you about that shit, B Money, you come in here and you say what's up to me and then say what's up to my chat. I'm gonna call your ass out every time, B Money. I know hey, you gotta have some damn home training, man, some Southern hospitality coming off in this motherfucker, B Money.
I want to make sure he was doing okay. And so I just stepped out of the ballroom and walked up a flight of stairs. I was still inside the building. And I got through to him, and he answered.
What's up, Antonio?
And then I heard 3 really loud bangs, and the gentleman fell right in front of me, face down. He had a rifle. The rifle fell in front of him off to the side. He was wearing magazines, like with rifle bullets that were kind of like similar in fashion to a woman wearing a crossbody bag.
Ian comes through supporting the channel via super chat. I want to hear both sides. Trump doesn't. Thank you for supporting the channel, Ian Burton. I don't think anybody in DC wants to hear both sides right now. It's all political theater. It's all tribalism. It's all gangbanging, man. Let's call this shit what it is. It's gangbanging. Get down and lay down, man. Get down and lay down, man. Shit is gangbanging.
And then I just got the hell out of there. I didn't stop to see if there was any blood. I just ran. I ran back down the stairs.
You probably know by now about this cop who was shot, but thankfully their life was saved because they were wearing a bulletproof vest.
Right.
The president just put out some video of the guy running.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah, sprinting past some cops. And, you know,
What's
you
up,
saying that he fell in
Mellies?
front of you quite a distance would be consistent if he was running forward.
Yeah.
So, at this point...
I saw the photo that Trump posted on Truth Social, and it has him...
Yeah, I did see that commercial, where JD Vance's wife was in the same segment as the shooter. He was showcasing something to do with the wheelchair and stopper, and then it was actually a conference though. So if you watch the clip, they said it was 14 different companies there. So I don't know if they were at the same company or they were just at the same conference.
Face down with his shirt off. He had his shirt on when he fell. Right?
Okay.
I think they probably took it off for medical care or whatever. But there's like, you can see this like glass half wall. That's where I was standing, was right there.
Jeez. What was it like once you got back downstairs?
I was a little...
Thanks, Cool Breeze. What's up?
I didn't think anybody knew, honestly, but clearly they did, because when I got in, everybody's on their tables, and like the food was all spilled everywhere, and somebody, because I was a little shocked, somebody grabbed me and pulled me under the table close to right where the entrance was, right when I got inside, but I was yelling, shooters.
All right, let's stop here. Here's clip 38. It's another lady who saw the exact same thing. Again, I've literally seen so many of these, and then I've seen footage of all the pieces of it together. Here it is.
Okay, so you're taking tickets at the terrace level?
Yeah, and everyone was pretty much in, and a lot of people had already gone.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the weapon, chat? Where's the weapon? What kind of weapon was it, man? We got to see how viable this shit is, man. Where are the shell casings? What's up with the gun? What's up with the gun? We knew what Thomas Crooks was shooting. We knew what they said Tyler Robinson was shooting. What's up with this guy, man? What did he have?
We were doing dinner breaks in shifts.
Yeah.
And I was just out there, and there was still security there, and I was even talking to a security guard that had a dog there.
Yeah.
And there's a room, well, it was like a makeshift room. I think they had it closed off to wheel in the bar carts after the reception. All these...
You talking about it's been 24 hours, man? What do you mean it's been 24 hours? They don't seem too fucking worried about it. They did a press conference. He was on the phone with the black guy from Fox News. He was on his way to New York and shit. Everybody smiling and giggling. They went back to the White House, left all the steak and lobster. Hell, the guy nobody died. He didn't even get shot. The fuck was he shooting? I don't think that's a crazy question to ask, hell. The fuck was he shooting?
Numerous bar carts going into this area, I think, to go in the elevator to go downstairs.
Okay.
So it looked like a makeshift room. I mean, he was literally from me to that building, and there was a security guy there too. I mean, I don't think anyone knew what he was doing.
Google says 12 gauge shotgun. .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol when he charged security. Yeah, I want to see that 12 gauge. I gotta see that 12 gauge. What kind of 12 gauge? I gotta see this bad boy. What kind of 12 gauge?
Describe him. What did he look like?
I'm not even sure what he looks like.
And what made you think he's the shooter? How do you know he's the guy?
I saw him put the gun together and start shooting.
Oh my God.
Yes, I mean, he put it together and started and ran towards the stairs to go down to the ballroom.
Who did he shoot? In what direction did he shoot? What did he shoot?
I don't know what he shot. It just seemed like he was shooting all over the place.
How far away
were
you when you started shooting from him?
From that building to here.
Did he shoot in your direction?
No, he shot like over towards that way. Like the magas to go in were behind me.
He started shooting into the Secret Service to try to run through them and make them jump on the ground. They didn't. They shot him. Here's Trump. This just came out minutes ago on 60 Minutes explaining why he stayed at the event. Here it is as we go to break.
You see the security bringing.
Yeah, but I don't think a judge is shooting no damn 12 gauge. I think a judge shoots 410 and 357. I don't think a judge is shooting no damn 12 gauge. Now, if he had a foldable 12 gauge, like that damn video I just showed y'all that had been going viral all week, I don't know, Chad. That might be a little crazy. That might be a little crazy.
Him out. Then the counter assault comes in. Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President, and then 20.
Here it goes. Here goes a guy named David Adams, 3294. Who are you to question anything? You're just another idiot that really thinks he knows something personally. Really, in all caps. Now, guess what I'm going to do to you, David? I'm finna put your little ass in the corner, David. Because, see, you came in here and you threw a fit. You might be tired. You might need a nap. But we'll just sit you in the corner and we'll have Lala go get your mat ready. Don't you get your ass off of that mat either, David.
20 seconds to get you out. It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And
yeah, I saw it. Hit pause. I'm going to come back with this next hour. And that's what I thought when I saw it. You can see they start pushing him, and Trump pushes back, so they slam him down on the ground. That's just Trump, folks. I'm telling you. You saw Dana White, I love it. This is exciting. And he didn't fall down and jump down. And you saw Kennedy was standing up like this. And I know Dana White, not well, but I've hung out with him a few times, like forever ago. Dana White is a mean, badass son of a bitch. Super macho. It's not fake. I mean, you can tell the UFC fighters, back when he was younger, he used to brawl with them. They say, he could have been an MMA guy at the top. He just loves it. So, I mean, that's like Trump. They're just maniacs. And, I mean, look at Dana White just loving it. This guy, he loves excitement. He goes and plays like $100,000 hands in poker, okay? So that's Dana White for you. All right, we'll be back with the hour two. I'll go back to this Trump clip, take your phone calls. But here's Trump on 60 Minutes.
You see the security.
Which is what you do when you're getting shot at if you don't think you can make it to cover. So
I'm just gonna be honest, Chad. It wasn't enough commotion going on for somebody to run through there, blow down a Secret Service agent. I understand they said they didn't get to actually where they was, but nah, man, it's not enough commotion and shit going on from me, bro.
Oh, I want to hit one more clip when we come back. It's brief. Because people immediately said, look, this weird guy's showing him cards, like some secret message. And they're all scared by what they read. No, they're looking at the card when they hear the gunshots at the entrance to the ballroom. He never made it into the ballroom. He got tackled and apprehended before he got in. That's in the official maps. So we'll go to break.
Then they go snatch J.D. Vance before they secure Trump, because J.D. Vance is going to walk us into this new digital surveillance state, man. They can't let J.D. Vance go, man. He gotta secure him first, man. Gotta secure J.D. Vance, man. Gotta keep the investment going.
I'll come back with the weird scene with the magician and the famous clip of him predicting Joe Rogan's PIN for his debit card. And I remember years ago when this happened, I was having dinner with Joe, and his buddies were there. They were saying, how do you think that guy had your PIN number? And he was like, I think he's probably a spook, and they were able to get into my computer or something. I know what he was talking about. Then later I found out on air he basically said that. But, yeah, I don't know how this guy does this, but he's this Israeli literal mind reader wizard guy. And, you know, all the intelligence agencies have access to all that stuff. I'm not accusing him of that. That's what I think is a serious probability. But they were in there guessing the name of Caroline Levitt's new baby that she hasn't told anybody the name of, and reportedly he predicted it correctly. I thought when they showed it, it looked like Vatican, but instead it's the name of the baby. So we'll show that when we come back on the other side, and then go right to Moose, Marcos, Meg, Tim, John, Marie, Max, Jason, Kevin, Dave, Evan. And if I can jam in even more calls, I'll do it. So we're going to try to be brief as we can. Just have your points ready so we get to more great callers on the other side. But just remember, Thursday looks like the last day of InfoWars as this. But the InfoWar belongs to you. It just goes to the next level through Alex Jones Live, the Alex Jones Network. But just know that it's going to be a big day Thursday. We're going to go till late in the...
Chat, live poll right now. Would you vote for Don Jr. or Hunter Biden, man, right now? If you had to vote, Don Jr. or Hunter Biden, you cannot say neither. Don Jr. or Hunter Biden, man.
Here is the clip of him on Joe Rogan.
You know, screw calculus. I want it to be spontaneous. Would your wife know your ATM PIN code? No?
No. Yes.
Okay. Now.
Ballroom. I think he was literally saying, see, we need a real secure facility. So, I mean, I just think that's just common sense. But I see why people say it. So I'm not saying you're wrong to think that. Good points. All right, Marcos in Idaho, who's mad at me, he says. Go ahead, Marcos.
You crazy bastard. The whole thing about Owen, when Owen Schroyer, the great Owen Schroyer, went south, is because you guys were telling him that you hated Trump, and that was the same thing that
Somebody called in Alex Jones with some smoke. They done called in Alex Jones with some smoke.
On there started hating on Trump and hating on Israel. You guys have got to stop just hating on people. I mean, like, really, the ridiculousness. Trump is the best president that we've ever had. And the things that he can do for our country and the nation and the future, using his power.
Sure, well, let me stop because I want to hear what you have to say, but I want to understand what you're saying. Owen Schroyer, nice guy, whatever, he quit, he left, I didn't fire him. And I was being more pro-Trump, he was bashing Trump. I had disagreed with him on air saying, I think Owen's too black-pilled. That wasn't controlling what Owen said. Owen had another sponsor, thought he'd make more money, wanted to go do it. That's why he did that. I got mad at Owen because he implied I censored him and never said it, which wasn't true. And then I'm not somebody that, like I say, has a hard-on for Israel, but now Israel's foreign policy is being controlled by Israel. Basically, the U.S. ambassador is now an ambassador from Israel, Mike Huckabee. Israel did lie to us with intelligence about Iran planning a U.S. strike, according to the Pentagon. That's confirmed. And I don't like anybody, the UK, Germany, the EU, the Chinese, the Israelis running our foreign policy. You say I'm hating on people. We're 58 days into this war, as I predicted. The mullahs didn't fall. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. It's going to kill...
So I believe Trump's meeting tomorrow that's going to be in the Situation Room is Iran brought forth a new peace deal. They're talking about opening up the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. removes the blockade, and then they'll talk about the nuclear enrichment at a later date. So I believe that's the deal that they're putting down. They're going to speak about it tomorrow in the Situation Room. Well, later on today in the Situation Room, chat. Everyone double tap the screen, chat. We're about 29 likes away from 800. Let's get the 800 likes right quick, chat. 800 likes. Double tap that screen. We're also 20 subs away from the next sub goal.
Trump's recovery. Interest rates are going to go up. Inflation's going up. Consumer sentiment's the lowest in 30 years. I mean, how is it hateful to say we shouldn't have Israel drag us into larger wars? How is that bad?
You think it's Israel. Personally, I think it's the whole globalist system that has decided what is happening, and the globalist system is totally broken. So Trump is reinvigorating the system of the world to make it a better place.
Okay. How am I being hateful saying that Trump was lied to about intelligence, that the war would end in 4 days? How I've been proven right. How is it hateful? Because even the Secretary of State said Israel struck first to force us to strike. Do you think Marco Rubio's lying?
When it comes to the Iran videos, I think that we're in a social media age to where the algorithm carries it. Whoever's doing those Lego videos, they understand. They're also garnering views from even people who don't understand what's going on. It's geared towards our generation because we understand what's going on in the world and we know Lego. We're familiar with Lego. But even to the kids that are familiar with Lego, they might not know what's going on, but it's just a song and some Lego. So they're dominating the algorithm right now with those. They're getting a lot of reactions, a lot of comments because of the back and forth with the political argument, but also they're keeping a lot of retention, and I believe that the songs are probably AI as well. I just can't play them on here because they might copyright the music.
I think Trump is right. He's got a plan.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Why has he declared victory 29 times and said the strait's been open 10 times?
The man is beyond me. I don't know.
So is he playing 3D chess, 5,000D chess, 1 trillion chess, 87 trillion chess? What level of godlike chess is he playing?
I think he's a great president who is making.
All right, chat. I need everyone to hit the like button, chat. We're 15 likes away from 800. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Mods, I gotta go get my drink, so hold down the chat while I go grab my drink, mods. And y'all act like y'all been somewhere before. I need to be able to leave y'all, and y'all act like y'all know what's going on. Don't tear the house up. Don't jump on the couches, running in and out and shit. Y'all act like y'all know what's going on in here.
Making the whole global system that it will be better for us for 100 years.
Well, I've said that it's in our hemisphere in gunboat diplomacy and Monroe Doctrine and Barbary pirate policy to do what he did with Maduro to take down Cuba and the Chinese in our hemisphere. And I said it's dangerous, but he has the right. And so far, that's gone okay. Still remains to be seen. But breaking a campaign promise to go to full war with Iran. Remember Midnight Hammer? He promised their whole nuclear thing was destroyed and it was all done. And I said, back when that happened in June, that I think it's a setup. We're going to go to full war the next year. Did Trump not run on not going to full war with Iran and say, Kamala will get us into a full war with Iran and that's a terrible idea? I can play those clips. Do you remember Trump saying that?
I think that was against Paul Pelosi. Midnight Hammer was against Paul Pelosi. So that's
Paul Pelosi?
That's clear.
What is Paul Pelosi? Oh, okay, I appreciate your call. You're saying because a guy beat him up at midnight with a hammer, we blew up...
Patriot, you was jumping on the couch quietly. Let me find out, Patriot. Let me find out you got my couch a little fucked up, man. It's not as fluffy, man. You better refluff them pillows and shit, man.
Iran. Hold on, don't hang up on Marcos. Marcos, you're saying we bombed Iran to do something to Paul Pelosi?
No, that's a joke.
I appreciate your call, man. If you're not serious, I'm done, okay? Just seriously. I said back then, this is them getting their nose under the tin flap for full war, which it was. They were pushing for full war then. They want us to do a nuclear attack. Israel wants a green light for nuclear attack. That's crazy. And if Trump wants to launch a preemptive nuclear...
So Trump has committed to not using nukes, chat. I came out at the beginning of this conflict and I said that I believe this was going to go nuclear. I'm not as... I was probably like 65, 70% sure it was going to go nuclear in my opinion. Now it's like probably 50%. I'm 50-50. Trump did come out and say that no one should use nuclear weapons. So maybe it doesn't go nuclear.
Attack on Iran that goes from bad to worse.
But at first he was saying that it's not off the table. Remember, at first he was saying nothing's off the table. Now he's kind of rolled that back and he's saying, hey, no one should use nukes.
We want 25th Amendment. I don't want 25th Amendment. If he tries to start a nuclear war, damn right. You guys need to be serious about this stuff, okay? This ain't funny. I asked you a question. Was Midnight Hammer supposedly took out their nuclear system and was over? I said, that's a setup. It's not. Was I right or not? You make a joke about Paul Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi's pervert husband. Thanks for the call, Marcos. Good God, man. You got to get serious here. This is, whatever. It's like such a joke to you guys, all this stuff.
You said nobody ever said nuclear, though. Yes, they did. They had asked Trump directly before, and he said nothing's off the table. He would not commit to not using nukes until as of like last week. Last week he did this sit down, and he was like, yeah, no one should use nukes. But before that, he was saying he wouldn't commit to anything.
And like Mark Levin, I don't know how the military works, but I think we can take the country with just a few thousand troops, and we need to use nuclear weapons.
What's up, AR?
And Trump's firing the head of the Navy and firing all these people because they told him the truth. Not good, folks. Not good. MEG from Florida. You're on the air, MEG. Thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Sean Hassan. Who the fuck is Lil Sean Hassan 7106? Who are you talking to? That's how I know you're a meat rider. Thinking mortals can do whatever they want. No, they can't be limited by flesh. First of all, who are you talking to? Second of all, watch your mouth down there. Third of all, what the fuck are you even talking about? Mortals can do whatever they want, limited by flesh, and then a meat rider. Like, where's the correlation here, man? Like, are you projecting in here, man? Like, you trying to bounce that ass just like your friend do? What's going on, Sean?
From Florida. Listen, I think you're dead on. I don't think this was a false flag. I think I'm beyond.
Well, what is the false flag? A guy checks in, a liberal with a shotgun, rushes through the magnetometers and gets taken down. I mean, it's right there.
Exactly. I mean, what's a false flag? I mean, the only thing that I can think of is the pending investigation into the Southern Poverty Law Center, which I really hope they appoint a much better attorney general to look at this. I don't have any confidence in Todd Blanche in looking into this. I don't have any confidence in Todd Blanche into looking into this shooting that happened last night at the White.
You said let's have a real discussion about this. I do panels on the weekend, so I might open up a panel tonight later. But moving forward, chat, if we're going to do these discussions, y'all are going to have to come up here and cut on your camera. I'm just going to be honest. If y'all want to have a convo, a back and forth, a debate, y'all going to have to start coming up here and cutting that damn camera on, man. It is what it is, man. I'm not finna keep talking to people over the phone and all of this shit. You know, I'm not, man. Y'all going to have to come up here and cut that damn camera on, man. I got to be able to look at you, man.
White House Correspondents' Dinner. I really don't.
I totally agree with you. And look, isn't it weird? This guy works at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory where all these people are dying. Trump's trying to do real disclosure. We've confirmed. Who knows? They may have sent this guy in as some Manchurian candidate.
Well, and also you're saying that
thanks, David.
He donated to Kamala Harris. Well, guess who also funds Kamala Harris? George Soros. And you know who George Soros is also part of? Southern Poverty Law Center.
He's one of their biggest donors.
Aaron says, I don't even have a computer. Aaron, you got a computer in your hand. If you're watching on the phone, double tap the screen chat. We're 1 like away from 800. Your phone will work just fine, Aaron. I promise you it will. And, what did you just say? I didn't want to talk to you anyways, fucker. Aaron Schmidt. I don't care if you wanted to talk to me or didn't want to talk to me, Aaron. I don't know you, Aaron. Schmidt 169. You didn't want to talk to me. So what, Aaron?
I mean, I don't know what what's next, and I'm real scared. And this war in Iran, this is not what I voted for. I didn't vote for Benjamin Netanyahu to be president. I voted for President Trump. And
me too. Listen, 58 days ago when it started, I don't know if you saw that Saturday show, I said, I don't like the mullahs. I hope Israel's right. I hope it works. But it was only the intelligence head and deputy head. The IDF told Trump it wasn't going to work. And don't do it. The IDF. Oh, I guess
that boy Aaron said, I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Fuck it. Like, Aaron, I didn't want to talk to you either. The feeling's mutual, Aaron. That's all I'm saying, Chad. The feeling's mutual.
Qatar too?
Thing that gets me, because I was listening to, I tuned into a live here this morning, and they're saying, well, I think it was staged, and the fact that they first before Trump, and the real Erica Kirk is like, are you?
I woke up this morning at 2:30 and immediately saw videos where people are.
Hey, Chad, am I back, man? Whoa, what's going on, Chad? Hold on. Can y'all see me? Am I frozen? I think I'm frozen. Hold on, man. What's going on, Chad? Am I frozen, man? They got me stuck in time, man. Hold on, Chad. See, this will get to going on when y'all in the live, man. They get to trying to do shit with the live, man. Got me looking frozen and shit, man. What's going on? Y'all saying everything good. I'm frozen on my screen.
They're saying they did this to make Erica Kirk look real, like she really thinks she's getting death threats because she didn't do an event over death threats. It's like it has nothing to do. It's like everything's Erica Kirk. If you can connect it to Erica, which is fine to criticize Erica Kirk, all her crying, all of it, she's her own worst enemy. But just to like, I got a clip coming next segment.
Chat, I see y'all. You said my lip dropped, but I'm smooth. My lip be dropping, man. Janky gang. Listen, my lip always hanging and shit. But I'm not moving on my OBS screen, chat. I'm not moving on my OBS screen. I'm frozen. Alex Jones is frozen, but y'all saying I'm not frozen. So double tap the screen, hit the like button.
Where they just connect her to everything because they think it does get clicks. But I mean, what does Erica Kirk have to do with this guy last night? But that was the trending thing. Erica, they did it for Erica Kirk, and they don't even explain it. And I saw influencer after influencer with like millions of views. So this happened at 9 o'clock at night. By the time I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, millions of views saying Erica Kirk staged this to make herself look credible. They don't even explain what that means. How crazy is that?
And the whole Erica Kirk thing and...
OBS is the streaming software that I use. That's how I'm streaming to y'all right now. It's the software I use. The shit's OBS, man.
And the Candace Owens thing, I look at it as the valedictorian picking a fight with the head cheerleader. It's just, it's real stupid to just go after. I'm not a fan of Erica Kirk by any way stretch of the imagination.
No, I get it, but like, how is that all anybody talks about? I mean, it's like...
Exactly.
Like, how is Erica Kirk... They're like, why was she there? Well, it's the biggest event of the Republicans this year. I mean, what does that mean? It's like, well, she was there, so they staged it to make it look like the death threats are real. What? There's a bunch of people trying to kill Trump. I mean, I'm just saying it's these weird, like we're on LSD or something. It's like, what? And I sit there and watch these influencers. I watched like 30 minutes this morning, like going, no cogent point. I didn't see what Elijah said. I'm not bashing him. No cogent point, nothing. I'm like, where is the beef here? Like, give me something. You know, the crew's like, well, maybe Jet Propulsion Laboratory, they're killing all these scientists, and one of these guys...
Yeah, I did see that, Stoner, where that guy who's selling relationship courses or whatever, he was having those AI guests call in and shit. That shit was terrible. I did see that.
Professors got killed a few weeks ago, and I'm like, yeah, that actually... They have a lot of assassins there. Trump's trying to disclose. Maybe they sent him in as a lone guy to kill him. You know, because I can't prove that, but maybe. But how am I like, well, Erica Kirk was there, so we know she's behind it. Does that make sense to you?
This is just a movie, and, you know, get your popcorn. And half the time I have to say, you guys are not helping. This is...
Yeah, chat, when it comes to LSD and DMT and all of that shit, chat, I stayed away from it. And listen, chat, I heard people get on trips, man, and they never come back, man. I gotta be here. I gotta be present, man. I can't fuck around, man. I'll let y'all have that.
why we lost the 2020 election, because of rhetoric like this, not just because Joe Biden stole the election. It's crap like this saying, oh, Trump is invisible, the real Trump and the real Hillary's, and like, give me a friggin' break. Where is all this crap even coming from? And I have to wonder, like, where they come up with it.
Well, look.
But your show is the only show I really tune into to get any source of news. I don't watch Fox. I don't watch Newsmax. I've been following you since May 2019.
And let me guess, before you tune in, you've already used your head and have the same view. You just tune in, not to be validated, because you might learn a little, I learn a little from you, but you're...
Hey, Max, I feel like that was a little racist. Max gonna say, what about Sherm? I ain't smoking no damn Sherm either, Max. You know what Sherm did to me? Man, motherfuckers get to smoking Sherm and they get to doing whatever's on their mind, man. Nah, I ain't smoking no Sherm, Max.
You're tuning in because it's already what you're thinking.
I mean, I have more of a head on my shoulders than up my ass. I'm sorry. It's just, I tend to look at the people who's, less crazy. And so far, Al, you've been dead on. You were dead on about the coronavirus. I have 2 of your books, and they're very insightful. And I recommend everybody product plug. Please go pick up The Great Awakening and The Great Reset. It also helps fund the operation, and you might learn something.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the support. We're going to go to break. Go to Tim, John, Marie, Max, Jason, Kevin, Dave, Evan, and others when we come back. And I'm going to play just one of these clips because there were so many. And I'm watching them, and they're like, well, Erica Kirk was there, so I guess she canceled some event a few weeks ago for security threats, and they said the event wasn't heavily attended. So they go, to prove her event numbers were high and that there really are death threats, she staged this to make, it had nothing to do with her. They're trying to kill Trump, or he staged it to get a ballroom. I don't believe that. Just a real crazy came out, ran through the line, got caught, it wasn't professional. That's it. That's the most logical thing on Occam's razor.
Hey, Lisa, that's not the question you need to be asking, Lisa. Lisa, them ain't the questions you need to be asking, girl. Chill out.
That's all I'm saying. But how, Eric, and I'm not even defending Erica Kirk, it's like I cannot endorse horse crap. I'm watching these theories. I can't even know what they're saying. It's like, look, she was there. She did it. And I'm just like, okay. I get it. She cries. She does all this stuff. She's a theater kid. A lot of weirdness. I'm not debating any of that. I'm just saying you can't say if there's a snowstorm, Erica Kirk farted and caused it. We're going to go to break. Come back with the clip I just talked about in your calls. But let me just remind you, we're funded not by Qatar, the Israelis, the U.S. government, the Democrats, or Republicans. We're funded by you. That's it with our sponsor, thealexjonestore.com. And they own the Alex Jones Network.
Yes, Sherm is formaldehyde. It's formaldehyde. It's embalming fluid. They dip the cigarette in the embalming fluid and they turn it upside down. That's Sherm, a stick.
Sponsor, when you support them, you make sure we stay on the air. When the original InfoWars shuts down, it looks like Thursday night. They've said it, it's happening. Barring a miracle, they keep happening, so I'm just like, it's in God's hands. But I need your support. Widest selection of Patriot apparel, so many of the very best designs, T-shirts, hoodies, ball caps, you name it. And this next week, this happens every few months where there's a crossover week, where you can, when you buy anything, you put in the sweepstakes for a Ford Raptor and custom H1 Hummer, $10,000 each when you win them. You can potentially win both, but most winners win this last week. In the last 10 vehicles they get.
All right, Chad. OBS is toast for real. Oh, I can refresh it. Wow, Chad, I think it's toast, bro.
Networks lie to you about what's happening.
Case it out, wait until all the...
Let me see, did it change on the screen? Yeah, it did. All right, bet, Chad.
Erica Kirk's refusal to take the stage at the recent TPUSA event look legitimate.
Gunshots rang out inside the ballroom and lobby at the Washington Hilton just as the event started. Secret Service agents rushed the dais and escorted President Trump, J.D. Vance, Melania Trump, and other high-profile attendees to safety.
That might be what it is too, Michael. When you say OBS old broke down shit, they've been sending me an update. I haven't updated my OBS. I haven't updated it. And they've been sending a damn update, and I just haven't done it. That might be what's going on.
Attendees scrambled for cover under tables, some flipping tables and chairs in the chaos. Erica Kirk was seen crying as she was escorted out. The shooter was taken down on scene. Neither the president nor the vice president was injured. The event was fully evacuated and did not resume. President Trump later spoke from the White House. The suspect has now been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California. He was a registered guest at the Washington Hilton, armed with a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives. He charged a security checkpoint, opened fire, and one Secret Service agent was hit, but saved by his bulletproof vest. Allen was apprehended and is in custody facing serious federal charges. This puts Erica right in the middle of it all. She was there in the room while bullets flew near the president and vice president. She was later seen crying.
Now, I'm going to say this, chat. I don't think Erica Kirk had a motherfucking thing to do with this now. I'm just going to be honest. Them throwing Erica Kirk in this situation is kind of crazy. Hit the like button, chat. Double tap the screen, hit the like button, go to the top, hit the 3 dots. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Help me smash through that next like goal, chat. Do you think Erica Kirk was involved in this? Yes or no, chat? Do you think Erica Kirk was involved in this? I do not.
As she was taken to safety. The timing lines up perfectly with her recent last-minute cancellation of a TPUSA appearance claiming serious threats. TPUSA employees and Savannah Hernandez immediately jumped on it, posting to everyone who was mocking Erica for the safety threat she experienced, saying, "So it's safe enough for the VP, but not for her?" and pointing out here she is at an event with the President of the United States where a gunman still somehow opened fire.
All right, let's stop there. It goes on and on. Now, that's obviously an AI. That's an AI person. Doesn't exist. But whoever's doing this, because this stuff's everywhere, loads this in with a fake guy, and, oh, yeah, this was all done to make it look like she's under security threat. What? That is completely bonkers. But it was trending, and it was force-fed, and I had people ask me today, is this about Erica Kirk? What? This is about defending Erica Kirk, but they shove her into everything. It's like a disinfo point. It's crazy. All right, let's go to your phone calls. Thanks for holding. We're going to move quickly now. We'll get everybody on hold. Tim in Washington, you're on the air worldwide. Go ahead.
Hey, Alex. How you doing, brother?
All right.
I think a lot of the problem that everybody's having is that there's so many inconsistencies in the messaging and whatnot that you taught us to look between the lines as best we can to see what's actually going on, who stands to gain. A lot of people think it's because of the ballroom. Pun intended. I did say that with 2 A's. But there's a video going around that I need you to debunk because a lot of people are also looking at this and going, what's actually going on? There's something about...
Chad, this is for mass surveillance. Did y'all hear about the one guy, I believe he's a black guy, that went to Canada and they wouldn't let him come back to Canada? Like they wouldn't let him board the flight? Kamani James. Did y'all hear about what happened to Kamani James? He just got back to the U.S. today. He posted yesterday and said, "How is it that I, a U.S. citizen, am being told I can't re-enter the U.S. by American CBP officers in Canada, all because I said no to searching my personal electronic devices. What the F is going on? Canadian Border Patrol officers are confused, just like me. It's obvious that I was targeted for my pro-Palestine activism, but to be told I can't re-enter the U.S. all because I wouldn't give some white man my phone is crazy, lame, and illegal as F. It doesn't matter what the F I say on my social media. I'm a citizen. Air Canada, I want a refund and explanation immediately. I tried calling customer service and they were dismissive and unhelpful. I'm adding context because replies are pissing me off. CBP officers called the Air Canada manager downstairs and essentially bullied her into supporting them into not letting me fly. She was confused and telling them I am not a danger and I am a citizen. So yes, Air Canada, I'm going to need that refund. 2 Canadian CBP officers said the U.S. has responsibility to get you back to America. Everyone I spoke to in that airport was so effing confused as to how I could be denied for simply saying no to a device search. I know many people who have said no and they still fly. Update. I'm back home and I did not give up my electronic devices. This is as of 5 hours ago. Yesterday was when he was stuck. He said, I'm back home in the U.S., did not give up my electronic devices once. I will post a detailed account of my interaction later this week. Replies in the comments are saying they took my devices and held them for over 6 months. So this is what's going on now.
Trump being, there was a bond servant ritual at Butler. Something about how the bond servant has to have his right ear publicly pierced in order for it to
What's good,
So I was wondering if you could either debunk
I have no idea. I have no idea what that means.
I put it in your replies for the broadcast on X. It's by an account by Godfrey. He's the one that put it out.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think the best sniper in the world with a 223 round at 150 yards in wind with a guy moving around can perfectly pierce somebody's right ear?
I would say
What's
maybe
up, Max?
Because of the technology, I don't necessarily know how elaborate the setup was. I'm not going to be able to rule everything out.
Do you think Erica Kirk staged a shooting, make her look good yesterday?
No. No, I don't. But I do think that the establishment's messaging around the whole Charlie Kirk thing also leads to them losing credibility in the eyes of everybody. So they handled it really
we
weird.
broke that Kash Patel came in and said don't look at foreign involvement when they found it. I broke that.
Yeah, no, they've handled it incredibly clumsy and weird. It's almost as if it's
Well, there's
radioactive
footage of
to them,
Kash
too.
Patel because these new iPhones are so good. You can tell he's in the dark with 2 FBI agents by him. He's just been pushed out. He doesn't know what's going on. He's like, what's happening? Oh, he's on his phone. You can't, he would get an Academy Award for the acting if it was fake. He doesn't know what's going on. Like, people give godlike powers to these people. The globalists do pull off big scams, but the idea that they can shoot 6 shots at Trump and just skim his ear on purpose to fulfill some messianic ritual is insane. But I'll look at what you sent me. Thanks. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, we're like, the CIA has declassified what I said 25 years ago. They created tick-borne syphilis at Plum Island. We'll cover it tomorrow. They've now declassified it. They said 7 years ago, the WF, we're going to put into these ticks with Lyme's disease this enzyme where you're allergic to beef so no one eats beef anymore, and now it's spreading all over the U.S. That's like proven. In Congress, they have documents where the CDC knew the shots were killing people and maiming them, and they covered it up. I have all those clips. I'm going to play them tomorrow. Already played some. I mean, but no one cares about absolute smoking gun. It's like bond servant, left ear, blah, blah, blah. Erica Kirk did it to look good. I mean, it's like, I'm blown, like, I'm not those people that just make up weird shit. I mean, I'm not that.
Chat, double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Please help the channel by hitting the like button and subscribing. Do you think Alex Jones just makes up shit, chat? If you think he makes up shit, put yes in the chat. If you think he doesn't, put no in the chat. Does Alex Jones just make up shit? Thanks, Preston.
I know a lot of people love something that's just so weird, you know, and so like CIA reports. I can study it myself. I agree with it. Rand Corporation reports, Saudi Arabian reports, the Pentagon saying don't attack. They won't fall in 4 days. They'll hold on probably a year. They'll shut down the strait. It'll derail interest rates, create a world recession, and kill your plan. Don't do it. And he did it. Like, that's research. That's facts. Meanwhile, they pierced his ear in a red heifer ritual or whatever. Thanks for the call, Tim. John in Florida, you're on the air. Welcome.
I'm still sticking here and all this. I'm a lot older than everybody on here. And you're missing.
Hey, Alan says you've been 25 likes away for an effing hour and I liked 8 times already. Aaron, get out my fucking business. Keep liking it, man. Keep liking it. Share this motherfucker out then. You done liked the 8 times. Next time, you share it then. Everybody else liked the video, liked the live stream, man. If I ask 10 more times, shut your ass up and share it out. How about that?
Gasoline blue is great for people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. But when you go back to the Lincoln assassination, Kennedy, Hoffa disappearing, there's nothing new under the sun. You mentioned the name, Jack Parsons. That's what the JPL was initially named after. And Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, they did this thing called the Babylon Ritual, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and all kinds of evil started coming into this country in the 1950s. With
Yeah, for those who don't know, it's public that they were Satan worshipers. Tell people about it.
Oh, absolutely. Not only were they Satan worshipers, but they were calling in different demons in.
I don't care what you do in your house, Aaron. I don't care what you do in your house. If that's what you choose to do inside of your house, Aaron, I don't give a damn.
They went into the desert, and everything changed in the 1940s. You started to see ritualistic killings in Toledo to begin with, long before Tate and LaBlanca. Just everywhere. And now you see all these people that are under this influence, and so many politicians. Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun. We fight against demons, principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places. They don't even know they're being manipulated. They have no idea. And what's going on today, all I can say is this. Your mind reader in Israel, if you have the blood of Christ and you're a Christian, you really believe in him, nobody can read your mind. They can do harm to your body. Jesus said, what they do to me, they'll do to you. They can't read your mind.
What do you make of the manifesto writer, the reported shooter saying he wouldn't try to kill Kash Patel, but he'd kill any other administrator? Why did he want to protect Kash Patel? That's weird.
Exactly. He's the only one asking the question I asked. That was the first thing that I asked. Why does he want to protect Kash Patel? Finally, we're getting the damn question from somebody else.
Kash Patel's background. Look who he's living with. Look what's going on in his life. How did he get the position he's in? I mean, the enemy can influence, and look what he did to Jesus. He offered Jesus all the kingdoms of the world, Alex. They didn't know what to do with him, with Christ. He was perfect. If they ever would have known that killing him was the plan, they never would have done it. So all these, we need to get on our knees. We need to stay in prayer. Let all this misdirection go away and keep our eyes on Christ.
I hear you, brother. Thanks for the call. Going to move quick to everybody else. Marie in Colorado. Marie, thanks for holding that, Max. Marie, welcome.
Hey, Alex. How are you doing? Just a few pointers here that I noticed last night when they were sitting at the table, and I didn't know that was a magician there, so that's good to know. But I'm kind of wondering who the girl was in the white shiny dress. She was ethnic, probably Asian, and it looked like Melania went under the table. And again, the ethnic girl who looked Asian was crawling later on the floor, maybe with John Thune, I'm not sure. But just looking at the characters that people were filming, Dana White, like you said, he's tough, and they made...
Do y'all think he didn't go after Kash Patel because Kash Patel is talking about all of the missing kids that he's found? If he's talking about he's doing this because he can't, because of the PDFs and rapists and kids being blown up, do y'all think he might have said everybody except Kash Patel because Kash has said that he's found all of those missing kids?
Kash Patel looked like he didn't know what day it was, you know. And then again, he rose to fame pretty quickly, and it kind of went to his head, in my opinion. And then Erica Kirk walking out with her regular cry. Now, listen, I'm not bashing Erica Kirk. I can't judge
No, I agree.
Heart.
She cries. It's all theater girl stuff. It just adds to it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't judge her heart. You know what? I'm a Christian. I'm not a Christian nationalist. But you know what? I'm a member of Christ Church, and I'm a boomer. So I can't judge her heart, but I don't know. And but the one thing that was going around, too, on X was after Trump had posted the cover of Time magazine with Candace's picture on there, people started saying, you know, it's Candace's fault. You know, Erica Kirk's crying. And I'm like, please stop. And then...
Yeah, why is Trump attacking his former supporters instead of the Democrats?
Exactly. Man, I don't know what to think. And, oh, and the other thing, too, why is Trump surrounding himself with people like Laura Loomer? Again, I can't judge nobody's heart, but Roger Stone had posted on X that the only reason Laura was on the Trump train was because she was performing a sexual act on Corey Lewandowski.
Well, I know this. Laura Loomer, I've known her for a long time, is out of her mind in my view. She came out today and said that I said it was a staged event. When the video, she showed a screenshot, didn't show the video. I said the opposite. I mean, like, she's like literally saying, I'm going to tattle to the president, you did this, fine, make it up, lady. And then I'm saying I think it was real. I mean, just cuckoo town. Thanks for the call. By the way, you asked the name of the attractive Asian woman. She's a chief correspondent at CBS News. So we just had that on screen earlier with her name. We can put that back up. It's Weijai, is that right? Weijai Jiang, CBS News senior White House correspondent. So there you go. All right, let's go to Max in Wisconsin. Max, welcome.
Hi, Mr. Jones. Yeah, I wanted to hear your take on all this weird time travel stuff they keep building up and putting into the news with this
Chat, hit the like button.
assassination attempt. I don't know if you saw on Twitter, they had a bunch of references to predictive tweets made years before, and pictures, and a person working for Lockheed Martin in the mix. I don't know. Did you see that?
No, but I know The Simpsons has legitimately predicted thousands of things where they happened. And so, I mean, there's a lot of weirdness going on.
So basically, there was a tweet from 2023 with a Pepe avatar in a tuxedo doing
the crew's obviously seen it. They pulled it up. So what was it?
They had
it says Cole Allen, yeah.
Yeah, it has the assassin's name as their only post. And then, like, they have an image as the banner, and that image is from a website called The Time Machine. And it's like some glitchy rainbow image that somehow aligns up with the Trump Butler shooting when he had his, like, fist in the air, one of the iconic photographs. And I just think it's a bizarre wink and a nod, like, on top of what you said. They have, like, a literal...
Same thing, Max. They said, where's Nick Fuentes? Where's Sneeko? Where's Candace? They saying they all took a hiatus at the same time.
Magician doing a magic trick, literally, as it happens. And it seems to me that if Trump...
I didn't know about this. The crew obviously did. They pulled it up when you said it. I will look into this. If this is real, this is crazy. Has this been confirmed by Grok or by humans to be actually real or not made up?
Yeah, it's been confirmed to be real, and plus there's two different
Well, I'm glad I took your calls. I didn't know about this. Wow.
And think about it, Mr. Jones. If you had time travel knowledge or have the ability to time travel, you could dodge assassination attempts pretty easily and use them to your advantage.
Well, you heard the White House Science Czar last year, about a year ago. Remember, he said we control time and space. Remember that?
Yep.
Wow. Thanks for the call. Wow. Okay, I promise you I'm looking into that. I'll know more tomorrow. People call in all the time, too. He was nice. They were like, why aren't you covering this? I don't know about a lot of this stuff. So thank you. I promise you. Guys, print me all that. Send me text messages with it, please, so I don't forget. That is crazy. I guess we have articles on InfoWars about it. What's the title of the article? I read InfoWars, but I missed this. I got here late today. I got up at 2:30. I fell asleep. I usually get here 2 hours before. I normally take like a 30-minute nap if I take one, like a few times a week. 2 hours, slept like a baby. And I woke up, and it was 3:10. I'm playing for everybody's future. I want to succeed. I don't want to be the biggest swinging ding-dong. I'm under attack. And I'm under attack by all the Nazi groups, if you notice, that we now know are directly funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, saying I work for Israel. I don't. They do. Thanks for the call. It's a fact. We got Royce White coming up, but he's cool with this. He understands it's the last Sunday show here out of these studios. I'm going to do about 10 more minutes the next hour, then hand the baton to him. So I got time to go to Kevin, Dave, and Evan, and a few more here on the other side. Then I'll hand the baton to Royce White. Royce will continue on at the Alex Jones Network. Find all those coordinates at Real Alex Jones on X, AJN Live on X, and, of course, the new news site, AlexJonesLive.com. But God's come through repeatedly when they shut us down and all this stuff, so we'll see what happens. But they they told the landlord, because we didn't own this building, we've been there 17 years almost, we're 2 months short of 17 years. They said, even if he beats us in court, we don't care. They're going to come in here, and they said they would burn this if they had to. They're going to just tear it all up, just wreck everything when they get in here. And again, there's been no court hearing. This hasn't been ruled yet.
Crazy.
But Bloomberg backs the Onion, and they've been telling everybody they're in here. Or they got caught with a fake auction a year and a half ago, got reversed. They tried to shut us down on private security. That got reversed. I hear at midnight Thursday they're sending private security armed PIs in here as if, this is the Alamo or something. We're not going to resist them. We're going to be nice. I was going to go to about 8 or 9 at night because I got to get up the next day and launch the Alex Jones Network, the regular showtime, satellites, everything. But I'm going to stay up here now just to see this for myself.
Chad, do y'all think Alex Jones deserves to lose his studio? Yes or no, Chad? Is it deserved or undeserved, Chad? We need 20 likes to hit 900. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We need 20 likes to hit 900. We're also 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, chat.
Thursday night and document it. But just pray for us because it is crazy. And support the
Do y'all think Alex Jones is going to crash out? Kind of like, do y'all remember Ben from BitBoy Crypto? Do y'all remember Ben from BitBoy Crypto and how he crashed out? Do y'all think Alex Jones is going to crash out like Ben did when they took his show, when they took his channel and everything? Ben fucking crashed out. Do y'all remember that manifesto Ben did? I watched that full manifesto, bro. Ben crashed out, bro.
Broadcast at thealexshowstore.com. I don't own that. The bad guys have no claim on it. It's Big Lee that, does all the sponsorship stuff for Crowder and the Cos twins and dozens of other people around for many years. And they own the new Alex Jones Network. They own the studio. They're financing the new studio. I don't own it, so they have no claim on it. They're going to come after them and mess with them. It's not going to go anywhere. It's all above board as usual. And we'll just continue on. And then I intend, when I'm the only target, because they can't target these new people anymore, they're going to still mess with me, their fake judgments and stuff. I intend as the news director to crank this up as quickly as possible and add hard-hitting 1-hour shows. They'll still have my show and Harrison doing longer shows and a few others, maybe a late-night show that wants to be a heavy hitter. We want to do that, a 2-hour show. But everybody else is a 1-hour live show. Come in, cover the top stories, have a quick guest on, come back, other big story, maybe another guest. Buildings, that guys with missile launchers, in case somebody tried to bring a plane in. But Carrie Lake and others said no one even checked her ID when she came in. So that sounds like a stand down to me.
It's kind of like the Ursula Vance, that connection. I mean, that you can't tell me that's not kind of weird.
No, but that doesn't mean it was staged. It means they stood down.
I'm not saying it's staged. I'm just thinking that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. What are you saying you think?
Well, I think it was. I'm not saying it's staged. I just think
you're saying you don't think we're getting the truth.
I don't think we're getting the truth. No.
Well, we know Kash Patel killed the investigation into foreign involvement in Kirk's killing, and then the guy in his manifesto, the family says is real, says he likes Kash Patel. Well, that's weird.
No, Steve Bannon's not in prison. Steve Bannon's still doing the war room.
Well, I want to say something though, Alex. I love you to death. I have followed you forever, and I can't wait to get my shirt. It's coming. I'm a little retarded. I like that.
I am a little retarded, yeah.
Yeah, I am too. So, but my thing is, I don't think that our federal government is even legitimate at this point. I honestly believe that.
No, I agree with you. That's why I'm trying to...
All right, chat. We finna move on.
All right, guys. We now know...
Man, Chink, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That shit's loud as hell, Chink, bro. I ain't gonna lie. We gotta turn this nigga down. This nigga Chink got the mic on 1,000.
Oh, the motive of the killer. The killer is Cole Thomas, Mr. Anderson. No, Allen. Cole Thomas Allen. I'm glad I got that right. In the first live video that I did about this yesterday during the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. I said there was a fog of war, and Caitlin Collins was reporting that he was dead. He is not dead. So that's an important correction. And so we find out why he did the shooting, how he did the shooting, and then interesting MAGA reaction to the shooting that was apparently coordinated.
Yeah, chat, I know I'm a little loud, but damn. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We're 4 likes away from 900 likes. Let's get the 900 likes right quick and go ahead and smash through that like goal. We're also 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. You said Chink is a MAGA and apologist. I don't know, Fries. I think I don't know. Fries is kind of indoctrinated. Sometimes I just take Fries with a grain of salt. Chink is an independent, man. He says he's independent at least. I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of Chink.
Which is making some people go, Now, that might be a it might not necessarily be a depending on the situation. So we're going to analyze that together, and we're going to figure it out. But first, I'm going to share the facts with you guys. Before I do that, 2 things you know. Monday, 6 o'clock Eastern, that's when the show is. It's Monday through Friday at 6. Young Turks on YouTube. You all know to watch it live. You know we're going to give you all the details and the facts. Those things company, and I've been using them now for over 6 months, saved Trump and Vance were. Yes, I've seen the videos where Vance is taking out before Trump is by the Secret Service, and it makes you go, that's weird. Trump said that, no, he wanted to stay and watch longer. Is that how it works? Okay, so that's a slight thing. I don't think it's like it means anything big, but it's an interesting, weird thing. There's always weird things happening in this administration. I think there's something stranger we're going to get to in a little bit because of the coordinated response that MAGA had afterwards. And then, so I'll read some super chats, and if you join, and by hitting the join button below, I'll give you a shout out when I'm live. So Anthony Grandma wrote in on super chat. You have to look at the guy on stage who, when everything was going on, in his first instinct was to pull his phone out and record, obviously staged. Yeah, look, nothing's obvious to me anymore. The official government stories aren't obvious, and everybody in mainstream media yells, "You have to believe!" World where everybody's like, don't ever talk about anything interesting. Don't ever give any kind of nuance, and make sure that everybody knows that there's evil and good and saintly, and there's nothing in between. And if someone's in the evil category, like, for example, if Hitler is a vegetarian, then vegetarian is bad and evil. I'm kidding. That's the extreme example, but they're almost at that point. That's kind of how mainstream media operates. So, like, if you read a line from any killer's manifesto and say, well, that is true, the sky is blue, they'll say, oh, that's it, you agree with them, and then they'll try to smear someone you talk to through their character assassinations and smear proxies, etc. So that's your long media explanation. Let's keep going with this, bro.
See, this is the thing, Fries. You said claiming I'm indoctrinated is very ironic. You lean right if you think Chink is a lift or a lib. I said I thought Chink was independent. That's what I said. I also, you could have came with a better argument, Fries. If you was gonna say that it's ironic that I think you're indoctrinated, you could have just been like, well, I'm a Christian. Like, Plug, you're a Christian, you're indoctrinated. I probably would have said, yeah, you know what, Fries, you're right. But when it comes to political ideology, Fries, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what the Democrats did to you, man.
Person. I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Now, again, that's a sentence that these days a lot of people on the left and the right would agree with. That doesn't mean you murder someone over it. It doesn't mean that this is the right course of action, but that's what he's bothered by. And he says in brackets, well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. And what are you going to do about it, brother? You're going to shoot the president, then what's going to happen? Then J.D. Vance is going to be president. And then, number one, I mean, you're meeting immorality with more immorality.
Fries said, Christian, what does that have to do with anything? Because we were talking about indoctrination, Fries. We're talking about indoctrination. That was the correlation. I don't know. It might have went over your head. It was indoctrination. That's why.
Morality. And I just don't think that's the right way to handle things. And if you're worried about all of the moral stain he's put on your hands, well, how about the moral stain of murder? That would also stain your hands. And so it's just doesn't make any sense, in my opinion, to go in that direction. And by a lot of people's opinions, obviously. But also, layered on top of that is, okay, so you got rid of Trump. It's not like then Bernie Sanders becomes president. No, J.D. Vance becomes president. J.D. Vance, who just had dinner with Miriam Adelson. Oh, interesting. About a week ago. And is now reporting to Israel First donors and Netanyahu after the last round of negotiations. He immediately called Netanyahu and was like, yes, sir. Yes, I've met with all the donors, sir. Yes, they've given me all the money, sir. And so, sir, I will report to you, my boss and savior, here's what I did in the negotiations. Now, I don't know if he called Netanyahu before he called the president or his wife, but he called him on the plane ride back, reporting on what happened. Why is our vice president reporting to a foreign leader? That is super weird. Anyway, also creation of Peter Thiel, which is a different branch of evil GOP donors with other bad intent who are also partly allied with Israel. So it's a mess. It's not going to solve anything at all, okay? So terrible idea, and it makes him a martyr. Like, you're almost helping his image and reputation by doing that. So that's wrong for the 88th different way. All right, so then he wrote that he was not trying to target guests, cops, or venue security unless they tried to stop his attack. I mean, okay. So he's like, I'm not looking forward to killing them, but if I have to, I will. Luckily, as far as we can see and tell, no one got hurt in that regard. It's weird how little people are writing about that. But anyway, so, all right, and then finally, here's a quote from, I would still go through most everyone here to get the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people choose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that.
See, that's what I'm saying, Fries. You say shit like Mayor Mamdani's the future of the country. How, nigga? Mamdani can't be president. How, nigga? Shit, the nigga just got New York under control, and you talking about now he's the future of the country. How, nigga?
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that line of thinking at all. So there are reporters there to cover it. They didn't sign up for anything. There are Democrats who are totally opposed to him there. Some Democrats that were secretly with him, but that's a whole different story. But they don't, nothing makes them guilty. And this guilt by association, I just criticized it when mainstream media does it. So wrong when a psycho killer does it. So no, don't kill anyone. Don't think that, oh, it's okay to kill civilians around my target. That's a kind of an Israeli way of thinking. And so none of that makes sense. And again, guys, remember all the shooters, whether they're whatever religion they're from, whatever background, whatever ideology, whichever part of the political spectrum they're from, at the end of the day, you got to be a little nuts to A, take someone else's life, and B, sacrifice your own life because you're going to prison for a long, long time if you try to shoot the president of the United States, let alone if you succeed, right? So it takes, these mental health issues are almost always baked into the equation. And so, okay, now finally I want to tell you guys about the strange thing that happened afterwards, and then the rest will be, oh, right, Monday at 6 o'clock Eastern. So this gentleman here, default user Cody from Phoenix, he says, huge fan, keep doing what you do. Well, Cody, I appreciate you. Thank you for using Super Chat, and thank you for a lovely message. It's beautiful. Okay, so now I go forward. Here's his, and here one more, guys. Cecilio Bannon, it's fun interacting here with the audience, right? This was the second time Secret Service lapse in protocol almost cost.
I don't know, Fries. It's like I gave Mamdani his props earlier. I had a whole segment giving Mamdani his props. Chat, y'all remember that? Now it's like Fries just like it just like I don't know, man. The way you're force feeding this Mamdani shit, it's like damn. I hate that I even gave the nigga his props earlier. It's like fuck, man. How much are they paying you, Steve?
POTUS's life. We had better security at First Lady's luncheon days prior. Yeah, okay, so that's part of what's strange, brother. Like, and, so this gets back to the Butler shooting, which is very, very strange. This one just got, there's new information. I have no idea what to make of it yet. But it is weird that there was two massive Secret Service lapses in security for Trump in particular. And when it comes to Butler, the super weird part is it's Trump. I mean, he's a well-known narcissist. He most certainly cares about his own well-being. So why didn't he fire the guy who had the security lapses in Butler? And a lot of you might already know this, but it turns out not only did he not fire that guy, he promoted him to the head of the Secret Service. So if all the explanations are innocent, by the way, it might be maybe don't promote the guy who screwed it up last time because he'll screw up next time. That's like the easiest, simplest explanation of it. That doesn't involve any theories, okay? But it is, again, a curious decision to promote that guy. And, you know, if he was in charge of this, which I guess he is because he's in charge of the whole Secret Service, well, that's strike two. And you definitely don't want strike three in a situation like this. Donald Ruptured something or other says, thank you, and Anna, always for keeping it real. Thank you. We appreciate you saying that, and we most certainly do. We get a lot of crap for it, but we also get, you know, nice comments like you just did. One more super chat, and then I'll get to the weird MAGA reaction. B-Man778 says, mega influencers are in unison about the need for the ballroom now. Bingo. What are you doing, stealing my thunder? That's what I was getting to. Okay, good. You're exactly right, in all seriousness. So what's happened now is all of a sudden, all the MAGA influencers at once are saying, that's why we need the ballroom. That's why we need the ballroom. Look, I'm going to look into that more for Monday, but like, what is, and then Blanche, I always want to call him Todd Blanche. Maybe that's because that's his name. I always feel like it's that woman from Golden Girls. I get those two mixed up. Yeah, it's Todd Blanche, of course. Through the exits. No, you can't do that, right? But at the same time, the way that it was just thrust upon us, and now all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, the shooting. Yes, great. Yes, ballroom. Okay. Weird. So Ashley St. Clair did a video about how all the comments are the same, but some others as well. She's a former MAGA influencer and had a child with Elon Musk. It's a weird thing to cite as one of her bylines, like her qualifications. But anyways, she does know how MAGA works because she used to be part of that ecosystem, and she showed that in a video. It was nicely done. And so now there's two potential explanations for that. Speak before everybody goes.
Good night, Ken.
So one is, the whole thing was staged, and hence they already had the talking point ready, and then they release it after it happens, and that's the whole point. They wanted the ballroom approved, so they do this fake thing, right? So now in the old days, I would have said, that's crazy talk. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't need that to approve the ballroom. And there really was a shooting, and they did catch the guy. In the new days, I go, I don't know. 3/4 of the conspiracies turned out to be right, which I was kind of shocked by. So now I keep an open mind, and so far there's no evidence in any direction at all. So everybody calm down. The jury's not in. The jury's very, very out. They're out to breakfast, let alone lunch.
All right, chat. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. Do y'all want to do a panel, chat? Do y'all want to do a panel, man, in the Discord or what, man? I know a couple of y'all said let's have a real conversation. If y'all want to have, you know, like an open discussion for like 20, 30 minutes, we can do it, man. If not, we don't have to.
So let's give them some time to collect evidence, information.
Hit the like button, though, chat. Let's get the 950 likes right quick.
Now, but the reason why I don't dismiss it out of hand is not only because a lot of the conspiracy theories turn out to be true, but also because I just don't trust the government anymore on anything. And, you know, I did a video, a short earlier in the weekend. Check out our shorts, too, on this channel.
Hey, chat, I don't even know how the panel went last night. I went to sleep. I don't know how long I was asleep or what even went on, chat. I'm not going to lie. I went to sleep last night on the panel. What's up, Michael?
It was about how the government had lied about the number of the extent of the casualties in terms of our equipment, let alone humans. They haven't really given.
This is the thing I get to talking about, Michael. When you say Elder, when you say who is the real, God told you who he was. God told you who he was. In the Old Testament, God told you who he was.
Given us any updated numbers on number of people who were killed or or our casualties overall, including the injured. But the update from NBC News was, oh yeah, the government was lying about all the strikes. It turns out the strikes on our bases were far more damaging than they reported.
What's up, Tron Bunny?
Every single thing got hit, warehouses, storage, etc. Check out the earlier video, but also dozens of our planes. So it's not just the government's lying about Epstein and the files isn't protecting the powerful. They're lying about a lot of different things and at record unbelievable pace, right? So no, nobody's going to trust the government because the government said something. On the other hand, you don't have enough evidence yet, so we don't know. So let me give you an alternate theory as to why that happened. It doesn't mean that the shooting was staged or fake. It just means that once the shooting happened, they went to the Rahm Emanuel line of thinking, which is never let a crisis go to waste. Their crises are good opportunities. So they might have strategized after the shooting, oh, let's use this as an opportunity to say we need to get the ballroom. Let's get a win out of it, like while people have sympathy for us. So then they tell the influencers, this is what we're doing after the fact. And then the influencers, if you don't know, a lot of the MAGA influencers are literally paid by the White House. Obviously, a lot of influencers overall are just paid by Israel. They don't disclose, hey, I'm paid by Israel or I'm paid by the White House. And by the way, there's people on the left, from what I understand, that also get paid. And no one says it. It's outrageous, totally outrageous, right? But that's all over the place. But you can tell now because when Israel has a talking point, all the $7,000 people are like, Israel is right about this. Human shields for Palestinians and the Lebanese should be murdered even if they're Christians. We did a wonderful thing by murdering the priests. We were actually trying to help Christians. Like whatever their talking points are, they'll all say it at the same time. And now MAGA does the same thing. And when I say MAGA, we're talking about old school Trump cultists, right? The kind that are now have disdain across the entire online community, including the right wing, including America First. Oh yeah, those are the dead enders that are still with Trump. Like, oh, Daddy Trump said it must be true. We need a ballroom plus give me money, right? Thugs and terrorists, they're Israel's Gestapo inside this country. We're going to talk more about that on Monday as well. When 6 o'clock, you know it. So we're going to show some of the videos of them saying, basically Israeli assets and agents saying, yeah, we're going to ruin any American's life that dares to criticize Israel. And that's what they're trying to do to us. They're attacking Anna's husband again. They're endless. And they always think they're like, a lot of their crazed followers think that they're the good guys. We're destroying the anti-Semites. We're saving all the Jews. You guys are nuts. You're lunatics. You're unhinged terrorists. You're not saving anyone. No one's attacking Jewish people. That's all in your fantasies. No, what we're doing is criticizing Israel. And criticizing Israel doesn't mean you want all Jewish people to have any harm at all, let alone die. Those are only in your conspiratorial, sick, psychotic fantasies. Oh, we have to kill them first. We have to destroy them first because they're going to kill us all. They're going to kill us all. We're the victims. That's how they think. That's why they're super dangerous. That's how a lot of fascists think. The Germans thought they were the victims after World War I, and once they had accumulated enough power, that is where fascism comes from. It doesn't come from any religion, doesn't come from any ethnic background or any race. It moves across the world. And so the perfect recipe for fascism is victim mentality and a lot of power. So that's what the Germans had, that's what the Turks had for a little while, and that's why the Armenian genocide happened, the Serbs and others, and now it's in Israel. We're the victims! Even when, like at the Golda Meir airline, now I'm getting a little bit far afield, but it's important. I want you guys to know this. Golda Meir, former prime minister of Israel, beloved by all the Israel lovers. Oh, she's so brave! No, they were all terrorists, okay? So her famous line, and I would argue infamous line, is, we'll never forgive the Palestinians for making us kill their children. That is Israel 101. No one made you kill anyone's children. You chose to do that so you could take their land. So no, Golda Meir was not some sort of angel. She was vicious, just like all of the Israeli prime ministers. And they killed and killed and took and took. But the entire time, they were absolutely convinced that they're the victims. I don't know a single Israeli that doesn't think that the Israelis are the biggest victims in the world. Right? And that they had to kill everyone around them. They had no choice at all. Otherwise, they were all going to die. It's a perfect recipe for fascism.
All right, we're going to skip through this.
Non-stop. Abdullah Siraj says, any news on Tom Artyom Alexandrovich? Yeah, he's sipping a margarita in Tel Aviv as we speak, having the time of his life. That's the sexual predator.
All right, chat. Let's move on. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. This is the DC mayor, I believe, speaking about the shooting. This is the DC mayor giving the update. I believe she's stepping down, chat, isn't she? She's not running again. I think she's not running again. Good night, Eve.
Good evening. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Oh, Muriel Bowser. Muriel Bowser. Chat, everybody hit the like button. Let's hit 950 likes. If everybody hits the like button right now, we'll smash past it, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What's up, Magic Tricks? This is the mayor of DC speaking about the shooting at the White House Correspondent Dinner where Cole Allen ran in there with a shotgun, a pistol, and some knives, shot a Secret Service agent twice, was stripped naked and arrested. Crazy.
D.C. I am joined by members of my public safety team and federal law enforcement, including the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, the Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, as well as FBI Field Office Darren Cox. We're here to provide you an update on the incident that took place tonight at 8:36 p.m. at the Washington Hilton at the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. At about that time, a sole gunman rushed a Secret Service checkpoint in a lobby at the hotel. Secret Service agents stopped the suspect. An agent was injured and transported to a local hospital where the agent is receiving care. The suspect is also transported to a local hospital where he is being evaluated. The president returned safely to the White House, as you know. We are so very thankful to members of law enforcement.
So, Chad, the president returned back to the White House, did the press conference, and the main thing he was mentioning was the ballroom, Chad. So, do you think we need the ballroom, Chad? Finish the ballroom or scrap the ballroom? Let me know in the chat right now. Finish it or scrap it in the chat right now.
Who did their jobs tonight and made sure that all guests were safe. We have no reason to believe at this time that anyone else was involved. I want to turn to the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Carroll, to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondents' Dinner. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary
What kind of shotgun?
We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest.
So now he's saying law enforcement exchanged gunfire with them. So law enforcement did shoot, but they didn't shoot him? So law enforcement did shoot. They said he's being evaluated. He's not being treated for anything. Secret Service is being treated. Now this guy's saying it was an exchange of gunfire. Who shot the gun?
He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case He was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Kern.
My name is Sean Kern, I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do.
Is that the guy in the picture chat with the glasses? Is that the Secret Service guy with the glasses that's in the famous picture chat? Is that him? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Is that the Secret Service guy from the picture that had the damn glasses on?
Each and every day to protect these, it's not easy. And I will tell you that they perform.
It looked like him.
Protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed. And I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved. And I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Judge Bureau.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now,
Here goes Razor. Oh no, a guy with glasses. I'm out. You're a clown, dude. Razor, get the fuck out. You've been sitting in here for 2 motherfucking hours, commenting back and forth, having a jolly good old time, eating snacks and shit, twiddling your toes, probably rolled over, farted a couple times. Now you're talking about you're out. Bye, get the fuck out. Nobody invited you anyway. You give a fuck if you leave, Razor.
defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot, and fortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police, all of them tonight.
Chat, hit the like button. Double tap the screen, chat.
That they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room.
defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
What's up, Teflon? You still rocking?
Right here in the front.
That this suspect is specifically targeting the president, and is he talking to law enforcement now?
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged at checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
What kind of shotgun was he running with? Where's the shotgun?
I mean, what we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals.
And why the fuck the Hilton footage that bad, Chad? I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. This is the Hilton. Why the fuck is the camera footage that bad, Chad? When we're looking at this footage of this guy running, not the AI enhanced footage, but the actual raw footage, why is it so fucking terrible? Why is this footage that fucking bad? Honestly.
That were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief Carroll, Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect, and are you or the FBI conducting any search warrants either on the vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're digging into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I can tell you that.
Right here. There are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made globally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep.
The president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here. Thank you so much. Do you know specifically if President Trump was a target of this attack? And can you speak to, there was reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon to get into the ballroom. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here, right here, right here.
Clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots, and did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this instance, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene, so as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So, the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure. I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
Will there be any changes or added measures given that
we're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank you. Chief, is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are you searching rooms here?
Yes, he was a guest. So we do have that information. He checked in early. He was already there. He was a guest. Chat, we're almost at 1,000 likes. Let's get to 1,000 likes right quick. We're 40 likes away from 1,000. Let's get to 1,000 likes right quick, and let's get 25 more subscribers, man. Double tap that screen for me. Hit the 3 dots.
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay. To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yep, video appears to show the person falling down.
Hey, that boy said, please, no one add any likes or subs until he cuts a braid. Diesel, we just gonna get you the fuck out of here. Sell your kidney, man. How about that, Diesel? How about that? You sell your fucking kidney, man. Let's get Diesel ass up out of here, man. I don't trust him.
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement, right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
How many people were in the hospital? Can you give us his name?
Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
How many people in the hospital?
In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
Just right there, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you.
Stephen A. Smith was there.
Confirmed that the spring, I'm not sure exactly. And what was going through my head was that I thought those were gunshots, but I could not be certain. And when a woman from the security services, either from the hotel or law enforcement, not sure exactly, she confirmed that those were gunshots and that we should shelter in place.
So there's still a little bit of chaos and confusion, very little confirmation here at the Washington Hilton about what's happened, other than, of course, the fact that the ballroom was evacuated. A number of people that didn't have tickets to the gala, including myself. I was upstairs having dinner when the room was evacuated. We were watching on C-SPAN when that all occurred. So everybody kind of flooded into the hallway here. As we flooded into the hallway, we saw some armed officers enter the building and go downstairs where the ballroom is. And then we've seen a few more people come up now as well that were down there, some with tears in their eyes. Again, no real confirmation about what exactly happened. However, we are hearing that they plan to continue the dinner momentarily. They're trying to figure out those details. But a lot of people here in the lobby upstairs from the ballroom on their phones, checking in with loved ones, and of course trying to figure out what's going on.
I feel fine. I'm just scared. It was scary. I was a few feet away from the gunman as he was firing. It was loud. It was scary. The cops got on top of him, and then they got on top of me to protect me. And then they took me away into a secure room, the men's room. It was just a frightening experience.
How were you able to do live TV after all of that?
How was I what?
Live TV after all of that.
A broadcast professional. And, I just did it. I told the truth. What I saw, that was that.
Zach, what happened?
We don't know, to be honest. I mean, we were sitting at the table, and there was some loud banging that definitely caught my attention. The back of my head, I thought, jokingly thinking, oh, that kind of sounds like gunshots, but that wasn't necessarily confirmed. It could have been some things in the hallways and tables that were falling, they were banging down. I don't know. The next thing we saw, everybody started to turn and drop. There was commotion. Everybody started to kind of hide under tables, and the Secret Service were pouring in and trying to get to anyone, of import, anyone in the administration, any legislators, including the president. They were getting them all out of there as quickly as they could. And then everything seemed to calm down. Everyone started popping up from the tables. We didn't know what was going on. And we've just recently been told that they are going to continue with the dinner, with some updates soon. I don't I don't know. It's very confusing, because if it was an actual active live shooting, then I don't know why we would necessarily be continuing with the dinner, but maybe it wasn't, or maybe it's all very contained and everything's very safe, and so.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how long did it take them to secure the perimeter? How long did it take them to evacuate everybody? They said this was a lone shooter. They got him arrested. How did they sweep the perimeter and make sure that there wasn't any snipers, there wasn't any, it just doesn't make sense.
That's all I got.
For full disclosure, you were at the USA Today table, of course. You were there with Speaker Johnson as well. So he's safe, is what you're saying?
Yeah, Speaker Johnson and his wife are safe. They were evacuated by the Secret Service.
Inside, they started all of a sudden it just started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming.
And I'm not even talking about Trump. Of course, they probably put Trump in the beast or the bulletproof or whatever, but the whole line of secession was there. You got Trump, you got Vance, you got Mike Johnson, you got everybody's there.
Get down. I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly?
We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president was.
Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled, or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters, and they came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something.
Stephen A., Ralphie Aversa with USA Today. What did you see? What happened?
I didn't see anything. I heard a pop. Once I heard a pop, then you saw, obviously Secret Service and stuff pull out their guns, and everybody was instructed to duck and cover. That's all I saw.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I've just gotten home from the...
Stephen A. Smith don't want to get caught up in that shit. Hey, Stephen A. Smith acted the most black I could see, bro. Like, this is... Stephen A. Smith really just acted black. Well, I ain't gonna say acted. He just was black on TV, man. A shooting happened. He said, hey, look, man, I didn't see shit. I heard a pop. They said, get down, man. It is what it is. I don't got no further comments, man. Stephen A. Smith, that shit was gold, bro. That shit's crazy.
White House Correspondents' Dinner. I've been to dozens of these dinners over the years. They're a chance for White House reporters and their sources to chat, to toast the first...
Y'all see how everybody else was talking about, yeah, man, everything happened, man. They ran right over to us. I thought they were by me. The other guy, yeah, we came down and we were watching it on C-SPAN. And Stephen A. Smith, man, I ain't see shit, man. I heard a pop. I ain't see shit, man. Nothing.
First Amendment, to hear from the president. In fact, this was the first dinner that Donald Trump, as president, was going to speak. Vice President Vance was there, and Speaker Mike Johnson, he was seated at my table. The dinner was going on as it always does. Presentation of the colors, singing of the national anthem. We were having the salad course when there was the sound of gunfire.
Stephen A. Smith ain't doing no snitching, man. That's all he's saying is, man, hey, look, I ain't see nothing, man. Nothing, man. I'm glad I didn't see nothing. That's what he really wanted to say. And so I'm telling y'all, chat, take it from a black man. That's what Stephen A. really wanted to say. He really wanted to say, I didn't see nothing. I'm glad I didn't see nothing. I wish I didn't hear the damn pop, if you want to be honest. I don't want y'all asking me no questions, man.
Then a crashing sound. Then shouts of, get down, get under the table. A lot of people did. There's a lot we don't know about the motivation behind this shooting. There's a lot we still don't know about the motivation behind this shooter. We do know
that mass shootings and attempted mass shootings have become almost commonplace at schools and shopping malls. And now, here, at a black tie dinner, blocks from the White House.
All right, Jay, hold on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we begin this hour with the air of people who were seated in the front of the room. We didn't hear the gunshots, so we weren't aware initially that anything was wrong. Our first indication was some men in black suits running up the aisle. And frankly, for the first few seconds, I thought they were waiters. In fact, I think there were some law enforcement officers.
Chad, do you think the president was safe last night, Chad? Yes or no? In your opinion, do you think the president was safe? We're 19 likes away from 1,000. Let's hit that thou wow, Chad. Pretty please don't hold me, man. Don't play with me, Chad. Let's hit that thou wow. Double tap the screen. Share the live out, man. Do y'all think Trump was safe last night?
Who ran into waiters who were simply serving guests as they charged into the room. And you heard the clinking of plates falling. And so we thought initially there was some sort of incident with the service. But then we saw more and more law enforcement officers racing up the aisle straight towards the president. We were told, get down, and that's when everyone got under the tables. I was seated next to Dan Scavino, who is one of the president's longest-serving aides. He is the head of the president's personnel office, and his wife, and we were all under the table for a couple of minutes together before his security detail found him. They knew where he was sitting and whisked him out, and that's kind of what was taking place all across the ballroom as cabinet members and top White House officials were whisked out by their security detail.
What's up, CP?
After a few minutes, when it was clear that we were safe inside the ballroom, we got up and started working. But because the service, the cell service, is so spotty in that room, Lindsay, we were in a situation where we actually had less information inside the ballroom than a lot of people did outside the ballroom. And we sort of all sprung into action reporting on what we knew and what we could see. But it was difficult sometimes to get that information out because, that room historically has been such a challenge to get cell service. It's a couple of floors below ground level. In fact, at the start of the dinner, I actually turned my phone to airplane mode because I figured I just wasn't going to be able to get any messages out until after the dinner was over. So I clicked back on, and tried to get messages out as I could.
Well, and per your original point, Matt Gutman is reporting there were Secret Service agents posing as wait staff who were in the room. So that also could have been part of that, which may have been unclear at the time. I mean, look, you've been to many of these. How does security typically work at these events? Is it always at this particular ballroom at the Hilton?
It has been in this particular ballroom at the Hilton for 50 years or so, and there's a pretty simple reason for that.
50 years, Chad.
There were 2,600 guests invited last night, tickets paid for, and there are very few ballrooms in the city.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad, he was moving pretty fast, but I'm surprised they didn't blow him down. They didn't shoot him in the back. I'm just gonna be honest with you. He was moving pretty damn fast, bro.
That can house.
But look at this piss poor footage. Why do they have this 1987 footage up here, man? Like, come on, this the Hilton, man. Y'all having big money, man. This is the White House. You got bulletproof Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Johnson in a bit. What's up with this piss poor footage, bro?
Dinner. There were 2,600 guests invited last night, tickets paid for, and there are very few ballrooms in the city that can house a group of that size. But what that means is that the hotel itself is quite massive, and security officials have never believed that it was sort of logistically feasible to place magnetometers outside of the hotel for this event because you have so many hotel guests going in and out. And you also have a lot of sort of onlookers who come for these events just to kind of gather near the door to see all the celebrities and officials who attend in their ball gowns and their tuxedos. And then, of course, in recent years, you've also had protesters gathered outside as well. So there was security outside the hotel, but the actual magnetometers that we all have to pass through every year to get into the ballroom, those are much closer to the ballroom itself. And that's why this individual who apparently...
All right, we'll do one more live poll, chat. Was this staged or real? Double tap the screen, shut the live out, chat. We're 13 likes away from that 1,000. Was this staged or real in your opinion?
Had thought to to get a hotel room a couple of days
He was
ago,
running fast as
so that
hell.
he could walk in and out of the hotel undetected. That's why he was able to get so close to the ballroom itself.
And the president held a news conference after this happened, and we're hearing from him that he wants this to be rescheduled within 30 days. Do you have a feeling that something will change if and when that happens?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if and when that does happen. It is a difficult dinner to recreate. It is a year in the making, and it's unclear what the security situation would have to be to pull that off in such a short time frame. So we'll see if that is actually feasible. But it was notable that the president was so determined to go ahead with this dinner. We know that he stuck around for at least 45 minutes last night. He didn't want to leave because he was really hoping to come back out on stage. Another thing that he said last night was that this is part of the reason that he is building the White House ballroom, which you can't see because the portico behind me is in the way, but it's that construction site is only about 200 yards away. The problem is that even when that ballroom is completed, it is only designed to hold about 1,000 people, and as I said, this dinner typically attracts 2,000 people or more, so it would be difficult to hold this particular dinner in this new White House ballroom, even when it is constructed.
My last question, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing okay. I think my family was probably more shaken up than I was, just watching this situation unfold on television. My daughter said it gave her flashbacks to January 6th, seeing what was happening on Capitol Hill, being worried that I was there and in harm's way. But as far as I'm concerned, it was pretty clear pretty quickly that we were safe in that ballroom thanks to the heroics of the Secret Service and other law enforcement officers that were on the scene, and then we sort of transitioned into reporting mode pretty quickly.
As you always do. Nancy Cortez.
All right, chat. I'm going to ask y'all this. Who do y'all think is winning the war right now in Iran? Let's switch it up a little bit. Who do y'all think is winning the war? Which country is benefiting the most? Is it Russia? Is it China? Is it Iran? Is it America? Is it Israel? Who's benefiting the most, chat? Double tap the screen. We're 9 likes away. I'm finna go grab me something to eat right quick.
Good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche appeared on Face the Nation this morning, and our Margaret Brennan asked him if there is any indication about motive or inspiration behind the shooting.
We're still looking into motivation, and that's something that hopefully we'll learn over the next couple of days. We do believe, based upon just a very preliminary start to understanding what happened, that he was targeting members of the administration. We don't have specifics beyond that kind of general statement from what we've learned so far, but we're actively talking to witnesses that knew him and talking to other individuals and going through the material that we've collected. So I expect that you will hear more about that in the coming days.
You mentioned a statement. Is the alleged shooter, sharing details on what he was attempting to do? What makes you say it was a threat to administration officials writ large?
Just based on the evidence we've collected, not a statement from the suspect,
okay.
Just from what we've learned in our preliminary investigation. He's not actively cooperating. I expect that he will be formally charged tomorrow morning in federal court in Washington, D.C., and we'll go from there.
So the Secret Service has said that the suspected gunman was staying in the hotel. He walked up to a security checkpoint with a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives. How long had he been inside that hotel, and was there a security protocol for guests?
We're still understanding the security protocols that led to him being able to have firearms in that hotel. We do believe he was staying in the hotel in the days leading up to last night. We believe that he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. As far as what happened with him coming down and breaching the perimeter, as you've seen from some videos that have already been released, he was apprehended and subdued feet away from breaking the perimeter. So we were all safe inside, and that's a testament to the Secret Service doing their job and to law enforcement doing exactly what we hope and expect them to do. And at time, they train for this their entire careers, and many of them never actually see it happen in real time, and it happened last night, and they reacted exactly as they should have.
Let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. So, Nicole, I saw the video of you under the table reporting with the tablecloth around you. I mean, that had to be a terrifying moment. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, it was absolutely surreal. Unfortunately, in this role as Homeland Security correspondent, I've covered a number of attempted shootings, mass shootings. Never thought we'd get that close to one. And I will say, from where we were seated in the back of the room, I was next to our national security contributor, Sam Vinograd. We really did hear the gunshots. There was no mistake in our mind what we were hearing. It was 4 to 6 gunshots in rapid succession, and immediately it was, please get under the table. And there were attendees sitting at the table with me who had witnessed the Butler assassination, who were saying to us, I can't believe this is happening again. But it's a testament to what we do that everyone immediately went into reporting mode and tried to figure out what exactly happened.
All right, speaking of reporting mode, we're going to talk to Anna Schechter with a little bit more of what we know about the what we know about the suspect, but what do you know about his movements prior to the dinner?
Yeah, here's what we know about his movements. He left Los Angeles on Tuesday. He arrived Thursday in Chicago. He took a train between LA and Chicago. He then got on another train to Washington, D.C., checked into the hotel on Friday, and was able to move in his 2 firearms, the ones we have been talking about, the handgun as well as the shotgun, both legally purchased in the state of California, moved in with the rest of his luggage to his hotel room on the 10th floor. It is there that we believe he drafted an email, what we are referring to as his confession or his manifesto, to a small group of family members. We are told by law enforcement sources that that manifesto was scheduled to send out to family in the moments leading up to the attack. Somewhere between 8 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., the alleged gunman sent out this long letter to family members. In it, he said, administration officials, they are targets. So very clear here from the gunman's writings who he was planning to target at this dinner. We know right now that the U.S. attorney in D.C., Jeanine Pirro, has said there are 2 charges that he'll face, a weapons charge and, of course, assault on a U.S. Secret Service agent or federal law enforcement. And we do know that he opened fire. He was able to get 1 or 2 rounds off in the direction of the Secret Service agent, who took 1 round to his bulletproof vest. We are also told by law enforcement sources that that uniformed division officer, what we call Secret Service police, returned fire, although he did not hit the alleged gunman, and he discharged between 3 and 4 shots from his duty weapon. Now, it's a little unclear exactly how this individual would have smuggled the handgun and the shotgun in the hotel, but we should point out that the Washington Hilton has what Secret Service refers to as a dirty side and a clean side. So the clean side is inside of the Washington Hilton's downstairs basement ballroom. And what Secret Service creates is several security perimeters around the ballroom, magnetometers, canines, areas, security checkpoints where you have to go through in order to reach the dinner itself. But a lot of the concerns I'm hearing from law enforcement now is you had secretaries, cabinet officials, high-ranking officials who were milling around the lobby before then. Had this perpetrator wanted to inflict massive damage, certainly could have targeted the event up there. We also know, based on his social media, that he had been very outspoken politically, that he had previously attended a No Kings rally, was part of what is known as the Wide Awake group. We're told he is not being particularly cooperative with law enforcement right now. And as for Secret Service, they are reevaluating some of the president's schedule this week, Lindsay.
Okay, I want to ask you, because the president has been asked about...
All right, chat, double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. We're 3 likes away from 1,000. After we finish this clip, I'm going to do a little just chatting, man. We're going to read the chat, take some questions, man. We probably got about 6 minutes left of this clip, man. Let's get the 1K. We just hit 1K. Thank y'all for 1K likes tonight, chat. Y'all did great. Be sure to subscribe to the channel.
About this partial government shutdown in light of this and its effects on DHS. What should we know as it relates to that?
Yeah, I mean, look, right off the bat, Secret Service agents are being paid right now, but they are going to run out of money soon. I am told possibly in mid-May is when they will no longer be able to pay that personnel. As for Secret Service administrative staff, they did get some back pay, but it's unclear if they will continue to be paid. There are intelligence gathering gaps right now that exist within the Homeland Security apparatus as a result of this shutdown. We've reported on many of them. There are concerns about other big events coming up, namely the World Cup. We are around 40 days away from hosting dozens of games here in the United States. It's something that Secret Service has.
So how do y'all feel about that, chat? They're saying that if they go through your social media and you have social media deemed to be anti-Semitic, they won't let you come to the the World Cup. They're gonna deny you entry to the World Cup. If they check your social media and it's looking a little crazy, you can't come to America to the World Cup.
Has been working on, but is frankly concerned about as we are as they are limited in what they can do with the funding lapse. So I think you'll be hearing a lot more from Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen at the Department of Homeland Security about how crucial this funding is, and calling on Congress to do something now to reinstate that funding, particularly for federal law enforcement, which is preparing for a number of very large events, including the president's very active schedule.
Ms. Skinga, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the situation, as we've been hearing, happened really quickly last night. So let's go ahead and take a look at the timeline from the second it started. At 8:34:29 p.m., so I'm giving you the hour, the minute, and the seconds, the security checkpoint is breached. If you want to follow along, you can look at the graphic at your screen. Just 4 seconds later.
Also, Houston was supposed to not cooperate with ICE during the World Cup, but the state threatened to hold back like hundreds of millions of dollars in security funding. So now they reneged. They are going to work with ICE during the World Cup. I told y'all, chat, it's all about the money. These people morals only go as far as the money. They only go as far as the money.
Rapid fire of gunshots is heard around 2 seconds later inside the ballroom. Guests take cover, and then at around 8:34:40 p.m., security rushes in. Just 5 seconds after that, at 8:30.
Lance Roberts said, "Dude is slow. You sound kind of special." Lance Roberts, 6'5", 5'9". I'm gonna let you have that one, Lance. I'm not even gonna argue with you, but you can keep watching. You can swipe up. I hope you have a good night, Lance.
4:45 p.m., President Trump is evacuated. 3 minutes later, 8:37 p.m., administration officials are escorted out, and about 30 minutes later, President Trump posts on social media praising Secret Service for the arrest, that he wanted to try to get the dinner restarted. But at 9:39:12 p.m., Weijia Jiang returns to the podium. So Weijia is not only our senior White House correspondent, she is the president of the White House Correspondents Association. She returned to the podium to announce the dinner has been canceled and they would be headed back to the White House for the news conference. So Anna Schechter, working the phones, as always, is the head of our crime and policing unit and is here now. What do we know about the suspect?
Well, we're learning a lot over the last few hours, putting together this picture of a very smart person, 31 years old, who studied engineering at Caltech, went on to get a master's at one of the state universities in Southern California there, one of several children in a family. He worked at a tutoring company, was a teacher, and won Teacher of the Month in December of 2024. So this is somebody highly intelligent. Now, CBS News, we have reviewed the email that he sent to families.
Yeah, I heard parking's gonna be about $300 to Magic Tricks. I heard that it was gonna be crazy. Another thing I heard about the Coachella tickets, it's like they said, I think, was it over 60, like well over 60% of the people used buy now, pay later, the Coachella buy now, pay later service directly through them. It's crazy, chat. Everything it's like you have to travel there. You have to get a room. You have to eat. You have to go to the experience, outfits, hair, and then it's like at a certain point, Chad, it's like, fuck, bro, is it even worth it? Then half of this shit is rigged or staged. It's like watching WWE. It's crazy.
That officials are calling a manifesto as to the why he did it. And he was ranting about administration officials, but he also expressed a real awareness of what he was doing. This is not somebody who just, had a momentary breakdown. This was absolutely planned. You saw that with the purchase of the train tickets and this travel over a few days ahead of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And he knew that this would be an opportunity for him to carry out this act of violence. I imagine that his family is horrified. They are cooperating with investigators. Several of his family members said that he had spoken, used radical rhetoric and said he wanted to do something, essentially expressing mental illness. But I also want to put this piece out there. People are exposed to so much social media, and it just seemed, I've reviewed his writings, the statements from his family, it seemed like this person had gotten radicalized just by being fed news and information slanted through a take on social media, and that led him to believe he was justified in a horrific and deadly act, which he wanted to carry out. In his writings, he also knew that he might not be successful, and that's why he wanted to share why he was doing it. One other thing, a member of his family called local police in Connecticut just before, as soon as they received this email with this manifesto, that's what officials are calling it. And so obviously the family wanted to take action immediately. They were disturbed by the writings that were sent.
So knowing that, what are investigators going to be combing through over the next few hours and days?
Oh, all of his electronic devices. So they've already swept his room at the hotel, his home in California. They have pulled the cell phone, laptop, anything else. He was into gaming as well. So he had a big online footprint, even though, Lindsay, it's interesting, when we first got his name and date of birth, we got that last night from our sources, my law enforcement sources. So we knew who he was, and there wasn't a ton about him online. Just this one link to his job at C2 tutoring. So even though he wasn't very outwardly present online, living, large online, he very much had sort of this quiet path towards radicalization that investigators are looking at.
Did he specifically mention the dinner in his writings?
So in that email, it does not explicitly say White House Correspondents' Dinner. It does say if this is a chance for me to get up close. So it was, I was reading between the lines. Maybe he thought it was explicit when he sent that email to his parents, but he never spelled out White House Correspondents' Dinner. And if you think about it, our own colleagues are down there. You have thousands of people gathering in D.C. who aren't already there, especially for this dinner and for other parties. This is a real draw. And so think about how many people could have been hurt. And he even acknowledged.
Yeah, they're saying that big white poster logic was AI. They're saying the actual footage, he didn't have a poster, I guess. And they're saying the poster came when they used AI to enhance the video. The AI was trying to, I guess, use inference into what it thought was going on. So they're saying that the poster was never real.
Just that in his writings.
In what way? Apologetic or?
Yeah, kind of saying, I know that this might negatively affect them. For example, hotel security, they are not targets unless they shoot at me. He had thought deeply about this and taken the time to write this down and hit send and time the sending of the email to just before the attack. So this is absolutely premeditated. That's why I think we're going to see more charges coming down, because a prosecutor is going to be able to build this case based on this writing and all the prep that went into this.
Disturbing allegations. Anna Schechter, thank you.
All right, chat, that's enough, man. We're done. We're just going to read, chat. I'm going to answer some of y'all's questions. If y'all got any questions, anything, right now is the time to ask. We're going to hang out for a minute. I think they're going to dope him up, chat. I think he's going to go to the jail, have him in holding. They'll probably dope him up. He'll be out of there for the trial. That's my opinion, my opinion, my own opinion, I think they'll dope him up, man. He'll be completely fucking out of it, man. Whole trial. I wonder if his family's gonna get him a lawyer. I wonder if his family's gonna get him a lawyer. Yeah, he's alive. Yeah, Philip, that's what I'm saying. Nigga ran in a White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Hilton that they've had it there for 50 years with a shotgun, a damn revolver, and some knives. Shot a Secret Service agent in the chest twice and is gonna live to talk about it. And is gonna live to talk about it. This shit is crazy. And you gotta remember, Chad, they were always talking about that Butler shit. Remember how they unalived Thomas Crooks and nobody ever talked about him anymore? They just shut up about it. Everybody said, oh, why are they not investigating it into it? Why are they not investigating? Charlie Kirk gets unalived. They get the acting, funny about that investigation. They don't want to do too much. It's like, oh, it's Tyler Robinson, nothing else. And now it's like, oh, well, this one, they actually have somebody on the hook for it. Don't shoot him. This nigga just ran in the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Strapped to the teeth, got shotgun, revolver, some knives and shit, doing a 4-flat 40 through the building. But don't shoot him. Don't shoot him. We got to make sure we corral his ass. You know what they said about Thomas Crooks? We got to corral his ass. Crazy. Crazy. Crazy, Chad. Then this guy's in a damn video with at the same conference as J.D. Vance's wife back in the day. He's a teacher from Cali that got radicalized on the internet, went bought the guns, kept them at his parents' house, went and trained with them. His name was being searched in you know what country leading up to it. Candace isn't talking. Sneako's not talking. Nick Fuentes isn't talking. It's just a lot of weird shit going on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What's up, Diver? I don't know, bro. Shit is crazy, bro. They're trying to roll out the mass surveillance state, the police state, man. Yes, they want the ballroom, but more than they want that ballroom, they want mass surveillance. Trump is talking about he's willing to give up his rights and shit for a safe, secure country, man. Listen, Chad, they get to talking about giving up rights and shit. I get to scratching my head looking around. I get to looking around like what's really going on, man. Like giving up rights. What? Oh. Ooh. So I'm just gonna let y'all know, Chad. Like if you're not willing to give up rights and shit, you're not MAGA, man. Trump says he has 100% approval rating with MAGA. Trump's willing to give up some of his rights I guess, in order to have a safe, secure country. So if you're not willing to give up your rights in order to have a safe, secure country, then I don't think you and Trump on the same page, man. Y'all might not be on the same page. Nobody's gonna say anything about it. Democrats are cool with it. Republicans just gonna shut the fuck up. Tech bros love it. They're getting to put their bid in. Legacy banking doesn't really care because they'll just buy the company, get in where they fit in. We're sold out, bro. And y'all wonder why I say everybody has to go. The pockets have been lined. The deals have been cut. The pockets have been lined. The deals have been cut, man. If y'all never thought a one world government could happen, wait. Shit. Get to doing this mass surveillance, giving the AI control to, enforce laws and shit. Yeah, alright. this video right here, chat. This is what we're going to. This is where we're going to, chat. They already voted for it. Like 40 something Republicans voted with the Democrats to put surveillance in all of the cars.
Now imagine there was an emergency.
Come on! No, 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 no!
Now imagine there was an emergency outside the truck, an accident, something terrible on the ranch with a chainsaw. And I jump in this truck, but the truck, it won't shift into drive. Why? Because the cameras and sensors inside this cab won't let it shift, because it detects my eyes are big, there's a lot of emotion, there's some panic, and it doesn't feel that I'm fit to drive. Now that's not science fiction, that is happening because Ford just filed the patents. Ford actually has a series of patents down at the U.S. Patent and Trade Office that deal with the sensors and cameras inside the cab of their truck. And if the sensors in that truck determine that you're not fit to drive, that truck will not actually shift from park to drive. Now, they already have a system called telematics, and that's where they can actually pull up cameras in real time inside the cab of their fleet vehicles. Now, they actually market this to insurance companies because the truth is, this is really about who owns the data and who owns the liability. Now, your name might actually be on the title of this truck, and you may have paid for it, but you don't own it. Now, Ford didn't file just one patent. They filed a stack of them, all within months of each other. Are you sitting down? Get this. This Ford technology patent doesn't just watch you. This one puts you in jail. Ford filed a patent, serial number 0104469, where the system takes your biometric data, your face, your iris, and your fingerprint, and it runs it through a criminal database in real time. While you're sitting in your own truck, think about what that means. You wake up one morning, you walk out to your driveway, you climb into a vehicle with your name on the title, on property with your name on the deed. And before you go anywhere, before you've done a single thing wrong, your truck is already running your face through a law enforcement database. Ford's own patent language describes this as potentially useful for police. They wrote that. Ford wrote that into the patent application. So the question isn't whether this technology can be abused. Ford already told you who it's for. You just didn't know that you were buying a cop car. Now I'm going to walk you through a few of these patents. Lip reading, cameras inside your cab, machine learning trained on lip movement datasets. Cloud connected, your face processed somewhere you'll never see, stored as long as they want. Acoustic lip reading, if the cameras aren't enough, the system emits inaudible sound waves and reads the echoes bouncing off of your mouth. You can't see it, it's just happening. Biometrics, your face, fingerprint, iris, filed February 2024, and it was published August 2025. This one is assigned a serial number because it's real. Ad listening. This is scary. It monitors conversations between everyone in the cab. It serves targeted ads based on what you and others are talking about while you're driving. In Ford's words, maximum opportunity for ad-based monetization. No description of how that data is protected either. None. How about Ford Pro Telematics? Now, this one isn't a patent. This one is actually a product page. Right now, fleet managers can pull live in-cabin video feeds of drivers on their phones. Ford markets seatbelt compliance alerts with the explicit benefit of lowering insurance costs. They said it themselves. This is the infrastructure, and once the infrastructure exists, it's going to get used and abused. Now, Ford isn't alone in this. This is an arms race. Smart Eye driver monitoring software is already in over 2 million cars globally. The EU's general safety regulation mandates drowsiness systems as standard equipment going forward. GM deployed biometric seat sensors and heart rate monitoring in production trucks.
All right, Chad, that's just a little bit of what's going on, man. That's just a little bit of what's going on. But you got to look into what the Republicans just sided with the Democrats on as far as all the cars being made after 2027. I don't know who that guy is that made the video. Shout out to him, though. Yeah, Chad, we're about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. We'll be back live tonight at 10 p.m. Covering everything that went on today, man. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Be sure to tell a friend to tell a friend. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Good night, Chad.